Hey everybody, it's Faz Kareem with Learnit, and I want to present you a quick video on Excel Power User, using the newest version of Excel. As we all know, Office released the newest version of Office on October 5th, which comes with a whole new set of features for Word, Excel, and PowerPoint, and even Outlook. With that being said, if you're an Office 365 user, you will already have these features as well. And in this e-learning that we're going to take, I do have a set of topics that I want to cover. In Module 1, I want to focus on learning about a function that's somewhat new called XLOOKUP that's going to actually replace or alleviate a lot of the times that we need to use VLOOKUP or maybe index and match. And it's actually quite simple to fill out once we learn about the syntax, which we'll go over. And I want to go through various different examples of using the XLOOKUP. Maybe doing an approximate match or a two-way search, because we can do all those things using the XLOOKUP. It's pretty interesting. And I don't want to spend the entire time talking just about database functions. I want to focus on some text functions, like year, month, text, mid, how we can extract text, and even an introduction to the if function, so we can extract and figure out logical tests using cell values. Now, once we cover our functions, I want to spend some time in Module 1 learning about advanced pivot table techniques. This consists of maybe how to turn off get pivot data, how to build a new field within the pivot table report so that you can use it, or build a calculated item that gets held within a field. If that's not enough, we can also talk about grouping, whether it's a date, certain items within fields. And you can even adjust the settings of the pivot table to show percentages, currency values, by changing the show value as settings from the values box. Now this is just Module 1. There's actually a whole second module where we're going to focus on a special type of functions called array functions that allow values to be spilled into corresponding cells that surround the cell that you put the formula in. With that technique of array functions, I also want to show you a way of using index and match to look up multiple lookup values. Maybe you're looking for a shirt that has a certain price in a certain color, and all three of those items have to match for you to return your value. Now, once we cover the array functions and just go through a quick example of a few, I want to focus on some visuals, learning how to use conditional formatting with formulas, how to highlight an entire row based off a value, based off a certain logical test, or how to change alternate colors for each row. I also want to spend some time learning about advanced charting. We have a new recommended charts tool and quite a few new charts, one known as a combo chart as well, that allows you to put a line and a bar chart into one chart, hence the name combo. Module 2 is going to finish off with something pretty interesting known as macros, which is a small set of computer instructions that we write using VBA, Visual Basic for Applications. And we're actually not even going to write it, we're going to record ourselves doing actions, and we're going to save that. That way we can reuse that recording over and over again and essentially knock out those repetitive tasks that we have to do on our spreadsheets. I'm pretty excited, hopefully you are too. Let's get started with Excel Power User using Excel 2021. Now don't forget, I will occasionally ask you to pause the video. Practice these things. So don't be shy on practicing before moving on to that next topic that you want to learn about. That way we'll make sure that we've learned that topic before moving on to another one. All right. I've currently opened up the workbook that's available for you to download, and I'm actually on the very first worksheet called XLOOKUP Basics. With that being said, if you don't have the workbook open, be sure to pause the video and download the Excel file and open up the workbook and go to Excel Basics before beginning. Because there will be a moment in time once I'm done describing this function where I just want you to practice filling it out yourself. If you haven't downloaded it yet, pause the video and come right back. All right, so I'm actually looking at a list inside of a spreadsheet. Let me move this out of the way for a second. And this list is actually tracking the movies for 2021. The rating it got, the runtime. All of them are in 2021, so I can actually delete this column. I have the genre, the actual release date within the year, and the director's name. Now what I want to do is I want to build a lookup where I can actually type in some movie name, and in return it's going to give me the rating number, or maybe the runtime, or the genres, or the release date that I have, or maybe even the directors. Now, when we needed to do this in older versions of Excel, we had a function known as VLOOKUP. Now, the VLOOKUP function was useful, but there was a lot of rules that we had to remember. Like for every single argument that we had to fill out, the lookup value, the table array, column index number, and the range lookup, there was a little rule we had to follow. Like the lookup value had to be in the very first column of the data set. The table itself, or the list itself, had to have 2 or more columns. And in my case, I've actually satisfied that, so I don't need to worry too much. I have 1 column, I have 2 columns, 3 columns, and I deleted that year column. Remember that. So I have the 4th column here, 5th, and then 6th. So I have 6 columns. I'm doing pretty good. Now, in order to do a VLOOKUP, it's going to ask you to fill out those 4 arguments with the lookup value having to be in the first column of the data set. I'm going to use the title of every movie. And then it actually asks you to highlight the data set it wants you to search through. It has to be the whole thing. Regardless of how large it is, you have to highlight the whole thing. Starting from the lookup value. Now, when I do grab this here, and I grab the table array, the next thing it's going to ask for is a column index number. It wants to know what value you want returned from which column. So if you want the rating returned for the Venom movie, you're going to choose column number 2. And that's actually putting a number in. You put the number of the column, but I, personally with VLOOKUP, like to just label the column numbers on top. That way I can just select them from there. And by default, the VLOOKUP will search for an approximate match. I'm going to change that last argument, the range lookup, to an exact match, which is set to false. So right here, this is going to look for my rating for Venom, which is 6.1. But if I do the same function and I actually just change one single argument, the column index number, everything stays the same, but when it comes time to get that 3rd argument, the column index number, this time I want to find the runtime. I can choose the 3rd column. And it returns the value that matches the Venom row from the 3rd column, which is actually the runtime. If I needed to maybe find out the genre, I can do that too. But I have to do each one of these one by one, as you can see, with the VLOOKUP here. Very similar function in nature for each one that I'm filling out. It's just that one argument has to be changed. And that's simply the column index number for that 3rd argument there. And of course, the range lookup always has to be set to exact match. Otherwise, it defaults to approximate. So I'm pulling this information. I'll do one more just for good keeping. I'll get the release date of this movie. But notice how each one has to be done separately. And my release date here, that's the final one I'm going to grab there. And I'll also do an exact match here. So I can have the runtime, genre, and I can have the release date. And I'm just going to change this cell to actually be formatted as a date so that we can see the actual date that it was released. Now the VLOOKUP, very similar to the XLOOKUP that I'm going to introduce, but it's a lot easier to fill out. In fact, you only need to do it once. Let me explain. There's a new function that we have available, and it's actually known as the XLOOKUP function. Let me bring this to our attention here. Where instead of a VLOOKUP, we can now use an XLOOKUP, which has very similar arguments, a lookup value that can actually be anywhere inside the list. You also have something called a lookup array, which is now a single column that you specify that Excel can use to find your lookup value. So my lookup value will be inside of my lookup array. This is my lookup value, and this is my lookup array. Now the third actual required argument that it asks for is a return array. And that's the other columns that you would like returned. So you can highlight the list with these columns and it essentially will return the value that matches this row. So 6.1, 97, the genre, the release date, and even the director, if I have it highlighted. These other arguments are optional. I have error checking that I can use in case it doesn't find the actual value. It defaults to exact match. I don't have to worry about setting the match mode. And I can always search the list from the top or the bottom by changing the search mode settings. Let me do my first XLOOKUP by finding Venom as my lookup value. And for my lookup array, a single column that I can find the lookup value, I'm going to highlight the first column in the list. Now the cool thing about an array, the return array, is it can be more than one column. So if you want to return everything in one function, you can highlight the rest of the columns as the return array. And this will return that one single row of values that matches the Venom. And when I hit enter here, I can see that I've actually produced the same results, including the director name, with just one single formula. This is known as an array formula. We're going to learn about these in some more extent in a little bit. But as you can see, the values are spilling over to the surrounding cells. And in fact, these are all connected. Notice how the formula grays itself out if I were to try to edit the second cell. It's like, no, you have to edit it from here. These are all connected. It's a spill. So pretty interesting how we can easily use XLOOKUP to replace our VLOOKUP, and it does it in a much faster fashion. And the best part is our lookup value doesn't have to be the first column. I could have used a director to return a rating if there's a unique list of directors. Otherwise, it just returned the first occurrence of them. Now there is one other type of method, or I should say function, that we can use to deliver very similar results when you're wanting to return values from a list or a table. And before XLOOKUP was around, we would use another form of doing this, and this was known as nesting functions. We would use a combination of index, which simply, an index function goes down an array. It's asking for an array, which is a single column. And it's typically the column that you're searching for. So if I'm searching for movie titles, I would have this selected. If I'm searching for ratings, I would have the rating column selected. And what I essentially would do here is I would match it. Instead of giving it an actual row number, I would match it to a lookup value. It's almost like a backwards VLOOKUP, to where I want it to match it to this lookup value that I can actually find inside of this list here. So it's going to essentially return the rating number for Venom. And I, of course, want to do an exact match here. exact match. And I'm going to close my parentheses, both of them. And as you can see, I produced the same result of 6.1. But again, I have to do that one also, each and every one. If I wanted to look for my runtimes, I have to change the index to select the runtimes. So I'm indexing the runtimes this time because that's what I'm looking for. And then for the row number that the runtime can be found on, I don't know it. So I'm going to use the match function. Now with this match function, I can essentially choose a lookup value, the movie title as the lookup value, and where it can find the movie title in the first column of the list. And of course, I want to return an exact match of my lookup value. So I'm going to put 0 there. This is going to return the runtime. And same thing with genre. If you're looking for a genre that you wanted to match it to, right, you're going to index the genres. There might be some blanks in the genres. As you can see, notice there are some blanks. And then I can match it to the lookup value here that I can find inside of this list. And of course, 0 means exact match. And I can pull out the genres there. Here, I'll do one more for good keeping. Maybe I want to return the release date. So that means I have to index all the dates. This essentially makes the dates searchable. These are all the movie dates that I have released. And for the row number here, match, I'm going to do a lookup value. I want to look up with this movie title so that I can find the release date of it here. And it's just going to change this to a date so that you can see that the release date is the same. So I've been talking for a little while, and I've done actually 3 different functions here. The first one was the traditional VLOOKUP that we should know, and if we don't, that's a nice little refresher on it. But don't worry too much, because you can actually do a lot of what I showed you using XLOOKUP, and it spills the results. And then of course, if both of those fail for you, if you just prefer to fill out the index and match, which is a nested function, will always be available. Here, I'm going to go to my data tab, or better yet, my formulas tab, and turn on show formulas, just so you can take a peek at these formulas without having to constantly go back to the video. And I want you to practice. I want you to practice filling out a VLOOKUP, a XLOOKUP, and an index and match with the formulas on the screen. Pause the video here before we move on and learn about a few other examples that I have for XLOOKUP, and then we'll start talking about those text functions that we want to talk about in Module 1. All right, welcome back. I'm actually on the second worksheet of the workbook called XLOOKUP _ two-way. And I'm looking at a very simple list of information where we have column values and we also have row values that we're looking for. I'm looking for a certain material type, and in our case it's going to be wood, but I want to find a specific price from group B. So I'm actually looking for this value here, 76.23. And if I want, an XLOOKUP can do a two-way search. Your return array can be another XLOOKUP. I can use the lookup value. Let's find the wood column first, or the wood row value first. And I'm going to use the lookup array with a list of materials. And because I don't know what to return yet, because I have to look through the columns, I'm going to do another XLOOKUP that returns column B's values from this list here. And whatever it returns, I want it to find in this array that I have. So it's going to look through this list and eventually pinpoint it to 76.23. I'm going to close out both of my parentheses here. If I were to hit enter, I'm going to find the 76.23. Something really cool I want you to know is if you get this formula, and you add it over here to the name box, I'm just going to paste the formula into the name box there and hit enter. Excel will actually highlight the value from within the list. Isn't that cool? So if I get this formula that made this value and pinpoint it and paste it inside of the name box, and I hit enter, it will end up showing me the value from the list, so I can actually pinpoint it and find out, oh, it's on row 6 in column C. Same for any other one I've shown. I could have done this for any other one. If I were to get this XLOOKUP here that spills, and I control copy it and I paste it inside of my name box, the actual formula, not the actual answer, but the formula. It's going to automatically highlight that row. Isn't that cool? I don't know. It's worth a mention. Might help you out one day. But before moving on, if you haven't tried the basics yet, feel free to try that. But I do want you to try doing an XLOOKUP with a two-way search. And just to cover all bases, try getting this formula, pasting it into your name box, and seeing if it will go ahead and move your cell address box to the correct value. Practice that. That's enough for XLOOKUP here, and VLOOKUP and index and match. Coming up next, we're going to go to the third worksheet of the workbook and learn a little bit about text functions that we have available in Excel and how we can benefit from them. I am currently in the workbook on a worksheet known as text. It's the third worksheet in the workbook. And I'm looking at the Books and Beyond Incorporated employee list here, where we're tracking the hourly rate, the gross pay, how many hours they've worked. But before I build my report, I actually have to add some more values to track my employees with. I want to figure out whether or not employees are part-time or full-time. I want to do a year-by-year analysis to see how many people I'm hiring per year, and as well as a month-per-year analysis, see how many people I'm hiring every month within every year. I can actually extract these values using sets of functions, like one being the if. It just checks whether a condition, whether something is true or false. And depending on if it's true, like if this hourly rate is over 40, it might say full-time. And depending on if it's false, it might say part-time. So I'm simply going to select a logical test here that will compare the hours worked if it's greater than or equal to 40. If it so happens to be, I want it to actually say full-time. If you are unfamiliar with text in Excel, they call them strings. It has to be put in quotes, an open quote and an end quote for every argument that has a string, which means words. And if it's part-time, I'm going to put it in its own set of quotes, PT for part-time, and an open and close quote. And I'm going to close my parenthesis. And if I were to hit Control-Enter, it will put the answer in. And if I would like, I can actually use my autofill handle, that little tiny square, and do 2 clicks to drag down. That's just one function. Another one I can use to extract the year from every hire date is a formula or a function called year. All it needs is a serial number, which is a cell that's formatted as a date. So these cells here in Excel, if I go to the Home tab, they're formatted as dates. So it knows that these are serial numbers. And if I were to grab one of these serial numbers for myself and close the parenthesis, and if I hit Control-Enter, it'll put the answer in without going down to the second cell, and I can double-click my autofill handle. I can even put them together. There's also a month function where I can grab just the month from the serial number, and then if I add an ampersand, and in quotes I put a dash, and another ampersand, I can also conjoin the year and concatenate it. So this is going to give me the month and a dash. Let me put a space in between that dash. The year. Control Enter 12/2001. In fact, I don't like that space. Looks too spaced out. Let me fix that. There we go. And I'm just going to go ahead and go autofill all the way down. So I've done 3 different text functions. One uses a logical test, and it spits out full-time or part-time. Another one grabs the year from the date, and another one gets the month and year and concatenates it together. I recommend that you give this a try before moving on, and we're going to start learning about pivot tables, some advanced pivot table techniques. Let me go to my Formulas tab and hit Show Formulas here, because I just want to give you a chance to see these formulas before you actually have to fill them out. Let me make the screen a little bit bigger here. In addition to this, everybody, there's one function that I did in the very beginning of the video, and I just want to point it out. If you want to put the current date, like today's date, in a cell, you can hit Control plus a semicolon. Whatever cell you're on will have today's date within the cell. So keep that in mind if you ever need to add the current date, like maybe the payroll for the period ending. You wanted to quickly add the current date. Very easy to do so. Go ahead and practice this. I will leave the formulas on the screen for you to give it a quick little pause. And we'll move on to some advanced pivot table techniques to wrap up Module 1. I'm over here on the 4th worksheet in the workbook called Complete Data, where it's tracking the order details for December of 2014. And this is actually 26 different columns of data. 26 where we're tracking various salespeople, what region they come from, what products they're selling, what categories they're selling, and how much units they've sold, and how much revenue each one has brought in. So if someone were to ask you, hey, Faz, that's me, who's the top seller for the year? And who's the bottom seller? For bonus purposes, what we can do essentially is create something known as a pivot table. Now, what I'm looking at here inside of this data set is called a table. That's why it has the blue and white colored rows. In fact, I went into my list and I inserted the table. That's why it's grayed out. It's already inserted. This table gives me a set of tools like naming the data set, the ability to remove duplicates from the data set, and even change the color of the formatting. We talk a lot about tables in our Excel Advanced course. With that being said, we can also summarize this data with pivot tables. I'm going to build a pivot table to track that, the top seller and the bottom seller, using the salespeople names. I'm going to summarize this with the pivot table on a new worksheet. So when I click on that, it's going to let me build a pivot table on a new worksheet using the 2014 sales data from the table. I'm just going to hit OK. And I'm going to call this one pivot table. I'm going to rename the worksheet pivot table by double clicking into it. Pivot table. There, I'll call it worksheet. There. And if I zoom into the spreadsheet, it's actually telling me something. It's saying click in this area to work with the pivot table report. I'm sure many of us have been playing around with pivot tables before. We're in the Power User course, but if you don't know, as soon as you click in here, Excel will give you access to the Analyze tab, the Design tab, and your pivot table field list. And as soon as you go away from this area, it thinks you no longer want to build the report, and it hides all those things from you. No fun. But again, click in this area to work with those areas. One thing that I personally do when building my report, since 2016 now, is I go to this toolbox and I change the fields. The column names are called fields, and I put them in alphabetical order in this list. I want it easier to browse through. I can do that by changing the sort order. In addition to that, I reorganize this area to put it side by side. That way I can see all of my fields without having to use a scroll bar. and I still have access to all 4 of my boxes to create my report. I'm just building a basic report where I'm tracking the salesperson, and I want to see the revenue that each one has brought in for me. And since it is revenue, I'm just going to change the value field to show currency, show values as, and change the number format here to show currency with no decimal places. So that should all be very basic. And if it's not, I definitely take a peek at our Excel Advanced video where we cover building pivot tables from the ground up. But this looks good. I have my pivot table. I have an area where I can filter each salesperson. I have the revenue that each one has. Now there's something I want to show you though. Inside the Pivot Table Analyze tab, there's a small little drop down in the very first command group called Options. And one of the options are to generate Get Pivot Data. And what this essentially allows you to do is, well, not allow you to do, is it ends up getting the actual formula that it used to figure out this answer. So if I needed to multiply this by like 5% to give out a bonus or to do a calculation or do a projection of some sort, I would have to deal with this one by one because each formula will return the Get Pivot Data. I can actually turn that off to make it much more human readable if I need to. Inside the pivot table, under the options here, I can check mark and I can turn it off. They generate Get Pivot Table, and then it's just going to treat every cell from the pivot table like a normal cell address. Which is great because I sometimes need to, use these for calculations. But there are situations with my pivot table to where the field, the item that I want to display, doesn't even exist inside of the data. I actually want to give out a bonus of 5% to each of my salespeople. And I want to see how much each salesperson got as a bonus, depending on their sales. So what I can do here is, instead of doing it by hand, I have this tool inside of my calculations command group of the Pivot Table Analyze tab. And it allows me to build a new field, one of these, using an existing field within the formula. So let me build a new field by going into the sum of revenue and going into my Pivot Table Analyze tab and building a calculated field. I'm going to go ahead and call this one bonus. And for the formula, on the bottom here, I'm simply going to grab the revenue way down there. And I'm going to multiply it with 5%. When I hit add here, it's going to create a new field called bonus that will show up in my pivot table report that I can use from that point forward. So that's known as a calculated field. It shows up in our field list. There are also ways where you can get the actual items within a field. So if my field is salesperson, the items within the salesperson is Andrew, Ann, Jan, Laura. What I want to actually show you is I can get some of these items and add them together. Maybe Andrew and Ann are part of one team. And in the organization, we see them as one sales team. So what we can do is, if we go into the actual items, if I click on one item, the important part is clicking on the item first. I can build a calculated item by adding Andrew and Ann's revenue together and naming it something. I'm going to call this one Team 1. Andrew and Ann is Team 1. And I'm simply going to build a formula where I get Andrew and I add to Ann sales. And when I hit add here, it will build me a new item called Team 1. Very important to remember to turn off and hide the sales, because otherwise it doubles up for Andrew and Ann and team 1. So I'm just going to filter off Andrew and Ann's sales. And we're back to their original values we had. I can keep doing that. I can build Jan and Laura into a team as well. I'm going to call this one team 2. And I said it was going to be Jan, insert item, plus Laura here. And if I hit OK, there's my team 2, and I can filter off those other 2 options. If I wanted to build, let's just complete the list. Let's put them into teams. Teams of 2. Team 3, I can go ahead and build a formula with the next 2 users. And this time it's going to be Mariah. And I'm going to do Nancy. Ooh, Michael, actually. Apologies. Hit OK. There's my team 3. And I can filter off those 2 results. And I have one more team 4 with Nancy and Robert that I have to create a calculated item. I'm just going to insert Nancy's sales and add them to Robert's sales. Hit OK, and then I'm going to filter off those results. This is great. It groups them together. It works very well. But another method that I see some users do, instead of actually building a calculated item that adds them, is they group the names into a header. And that header can then be expanded and collapsed. So they can actually dig deeper and see what team and what salespeople are a part of each team. Let me show you that. This other method of essentially grouping. I'm going to first delete all of these items that I built. It's the same area that you go to create them. Except this time I'm just going to go to team 1, hit delete. Go to team 2 or team 3, 2, and just delete them one by one. Now I can go ahead and show all the items from my filter again. Now instead, if I highlight these 2 items and I right click, the option to group becomes available. And I can rename group 1. I'm just going to call this one team 1. I can also do the same thing for Jan and Laura here. I'll go ahead and call that one team 2. Notice how I'm renaming them from the formula bar. I'll do Michael and Mariah here for team 3. And I'll do Nancy and Robert for team 4. Now I have these new teams. Oh, I may have missed one. Looks like I did. I missed a few people in the team. Let me go ahead and redo that one. Group. There we go. Team 4. And let me add Michael to team 3 as well. Group. And I'm going to call that one team 3. And I'm going to add Laura to team 2 there by right-clicking and grouping, calling that team 2. Cool. There we go. That looks much cleaner. Now notice the difference between the 2. This one I can expand and collapse, where the other one I couldn't, because these are groupings that I've built. And in fact, sometimes I'll even go to my pivot table analyze tab and I'll turn off the buttons that expand and collapse the report, making it fixed. Whether I want just a certain group available or all of them expanded, I can choose to do that. Maybe I only want team 1 expanded because that's the team I focus on, and everything else collapsed. And I can hide the buttons up top. Pretty interesting. I can even group dates. If I do like an order date, if I throw that into a certain value, like the columns, it automatically will group it into months. I can throw out the months and go into dates if I need to. So these are automatic groupings too that happen. If I just throw in a date field, as long as it's formatted as a date, it'll group them into months and quarters, or just so you can see the whole date as soon as you throw it in there. So there was a few things that I practiced here, just to pinpoint them before I pause the video. We definitely practiced turning off get pivot data. That was the first thing we did. And then from there, we also learned about building a field and an item. Don't forget about the groupings. We also right-click and did a group. And a small thing, but we also changed the number format of the sum of revenue to $signs and hid the decimal places by changing the number format of the values box. So pause the video, try to build this pivot table report, but focusing on get pivot data, calculated items and fields, grouping, and showing the values as, changing the number formats. I can even change the sum of revenue if I needed to, value field settings, to percentages, percentage of grand total. Hit OK. That's also something I could have done. Let me undo that though. I'm just going to hit Control Z. Give this a go. Come back when you're ready, and we'll start talking about Module 2. So a little bit more on array functions. We learned that our XLOOKUP can spill values of an array, and we can find multiple items in one search. But what if we're actually using multiple criterias to search through and find a price? Like, for example, in this case, we're looking for an item that's a t-shirt, but it's also large. So these three or these four will work. But again, the large ones, so these ones are all canceled out. This one's canceled out. This one's might work. This one's extra large, so it's canceled out. And we want the color red. So that means all these ones get canceled out. It can only be one possible option, as you can see. Let's see how I found that out using a function, the index and match. Remember, when we went over the basics, we index what we're looking for. So if I'm looking for a price, I'm going to go ahead and index the price column. And we end up matching it to a lookup value. But when you match it to more than one value that you're searching for, you're always going to use the lookup value as the number 1, which means true. What you're essentially going to do now for the lookup array is you're going to do 3 searches. I'm first going to look for the t-shirt. I'm going to put it in parentheses so you can see it. Inside of this column here. So it's going to find a match. It's going to find actually 4 matches there. I'm going to multiply that. I know this seems weird, but I'm going to multiply it with another search. I'm going to put it in all parentheses just so we can see them, the medium from the size column. I'm going to close that parenthesis and multiply it with the color blue from the color column. And I want to find an exact match. And I'm just going to close out my parentheses here. So essentially, this is going down every single column, the item, size, and color. And when it finds a match for the item you're looking for, whether it's t-shirt, medium, or blue, that cell value is going to have the number 1 in the back end. It's going to mean true, that it matched. So right here, what's going to happen is you're going to have the number 1, the number 1, the number 1. This is going to be the number 0, the number 0, the number 0, because that's false. They're not t-shirts. And it's going to go back to the number 1. Now it's going to do the same thing for size. It's going to look for everything medium. So everything medium is only going to be 1. Everything else is 0. And it's going to go down and do the same thing for color. So it's going to find everywhere it says blue, and it's going to put the number 1. And now remember, we multiplied each one of these. This little asterisk means multiply. So we multiplied these. These are all equations. Only one of these rows are going to return the number 1. If you think about it, we're looking for the number 1. Our lookup value is the number 1. And only one of these rows will actually return my value. 1 times 1 times 1 will be 1. Everything else is actually 0. It's all going to return a 0. These are not matches. Pretty cool, right? In older versions of Excel, you actually have to hit Control-Shift-Enter to put the formula in. Now you can go ahead and hit Enter here. I'll do one more. I'll probably do 2 more, actually. Why not? So we index what we're looking for. That's our price. And then we match it to the number 1. And then that's when we start doing our search criteria for our hoodie this time, which you can find in the item column. Multiplied to our size, which you can find in the size column. Multiplied to our color. That would fit me perfectly. And I'm just going to close out my parentheses looking for an exact match. So this time there's only one row that will pull up a hoodie that's large, that's black. That's $30, the pricey one. Here, I'll do this final one too, then I'll give you a chance to practice, but I'm going to index what I'm looking for, which is the price. I'm going to hit comma, and I'm going to use the match function and match it to the number 1, which means true. And that's when my search criteria for my lookup value happens for each column. I'm going to look for a hoodie inside of the item, multiply it, look for the medium size inside of the size, close the parenthesis and multiply it, look at the color inside of the color, and then close that final parenthesis, and then hit, of course, you have to have your lookup match type, which is exact match. Then you're going to close out both parentheses, which a hoodie that's medium in blue is $29. Go ahead and practice these. Here, I'll go to my formulas tab and hit show formulas. It's a pretty interesting one, I know. It's pretty cool, pretty robust, if you ask me, but it uses Boolean logic, where we have the values true and false helping us determine those answers. Here's the formulas for all 4. Let me zoom out just a bit. Here we go. Go ahead and pause the video here and practice this before we move on to some advanced conditional formatting examples that I put together. Just 3. So I'm over here on the worksheet called Hide Errors. And I want to show everyone how we can use formulas to build pretty advanced conditional formats. Like over here in the daily column, I have a division by error message. And I would like to actually highlight this column and hide those error codes. I can use a formula called isError, and if that condition ends up being true, I can change the font to white, which will hide that in the cell. isError just looks for any cell that has an error code in it, which mine does. Let me build a new rule by going to the Home tab and setting a conditional format with a new rule that allows me to use a formula to determine which cells to format. And then from here, I can type in isError, and I can type in C2 to go down the column. I'm going to format the cells with a color of white for the font specifically. When I hit OK here, I can see that the rule has been applied. Not to be alarmed though, I can always look into the formula bar to see the formula that caused the error. In addition to that, if I ever need to edit the rule or delete the rule, I can always go to New Rule or to Manage Rules. Instead of creating it, I can go ahead and delete the rule there, like so. So whether it's adding it or deleting it, you're both going to go to the Home tab in the same area, whether it's New Rule or Manage Rules. and we're going to put a formula into that cell there with the column highlighted. I'm going to format the cells and hit OK. I have another version, another example, where it's going to hide the duplicate values in a list. Let me hit Control and page down to go to hide duplicate values. So with this regions here, I just want to hide the duplicate region, kind of like how a pivot table would display values. And as long as the table's sorted, I can highlight this to hide any duplicate from above. So if A1 is equal to A2, if A1 is equal to A2, I want to hide it. So on and so forth for each and every value. I'm going to build a new rule, and I'm going to use a formula. If it's equal to A2, which is equal to A1, I want to format that, again, to white font. Don't worry, the words are still there. If I change the cell shading, we can still see the words are there. It just has white font. I have one more example. I'm going to hit Control page down here to show this example. And this is where we're looking at a list of dates, units, costs, and the total. I want to actually highlight an entire row where the values are greater than 75 for the units. So if I highlight this data chunk and I build a new rule, I can use a formula and I can take advantage of absolute referencing to lock in column B, but it can go down the rows and it can check if it's greater than 75. Not greater than or equal to, but just greater than 75. And if it is, I want to format the fill of that row with blue, and I'm going to hit OK. So now if I change this value to maybe 80, we're going to see that it automatically highlights it as well. So we've gone over 3 different conditional formatting. All 3 required a formula. The format entire row, I'm going to hit Control page up, hide duplicate values, and as well as hide errors. I'm going to hit Control page up one more time. Practice these 3 formulas, or these 3 conditional formats that require formulas. I've left the formula in a text box for each one of these sheets before we move on to learn about the new recommended charts tool, quick analysis, and Sparklines. Not too much left. We have charts and then a very interesting topic called macros. Go ahead and pause the video, practice these conditional formats, and come right back. All right. I'm actually over here on the second to last worksheet called Charting 1, looking at the sales figure for a particular year, just a month in January. And I'm going to highlight this data by simply going into the data set and using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter A. Because that just grabs all of the data. And if you're on a PC, we now have this little item that pops up called Quick Analysis that allows us to browse our charts, insert totals, create conditional formatting, add tables, and even Sparklines. So if I'm missing a column, like maybe my average, I can easily use Quick Analysis to go to totals and either build a row for the average, or if I browse through this list, keep browsing, there's also a little arrow here where I can choose an average column. When I click on that, it's going to add the averages for all of the rows that I had selected, and I can reselect Control A to include that as part of the data of my chart. When I go over to the charts area in Quick Analysis, it will show me a list of charts that it might recommend based off the data that I have laid out. And this is looking like a combo chart where the average itself is a line going across the bars. Or I can just use a typical bar chart. I have different variations. Here's a stacked one, and here's a horizontal one. If these aren't cutting it, we even have a tool called Recommended Charts. I can also have done this all from the Insert tab. I just like showing the most modern way of doing things. Now, when I click on this, it's going to show me a list of charts that it would like to recommend based off the data. I don't have to listen to it. I can always click on all charts and pick from my templates that I've created or any other chart type that Excel has to offer. But that combo chart looks pretty good for my situation. That combo chart. Let me build it myself though. I'm just going to change each salesperson to be a column. Like so there. Column, column. And I'm going to get my average. And I can change that to a line if I need to. I can also just very well pick the recommended chart here. Here, let me show you something. I'm going to go back to all charts and hit OK here. And I'm going to get the salespeople names from the chart, and I'm going to switch them with the weeks and the averages. So my legend can show week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. I can do that by selecting a chart, and under chart design, I can switch the rows and columns. Now, if I go back and I change this chart to a combo chart, I can select the average to be a line. Let me go over to change chart type. Remember, the chart design tab is only there when you have the chart selected. And the change chart type, I'm going to instantly go down to combo this time. And now I can see that the legend is showing the weeks. And I can change, not week 4, but the average to a line. I can hit OK. So that's just one type of pretty advanced chart. It's known as a combo chart, but it's not too hard to make. In fact, a lot of chart editing has become simple if I need to delete things from my chart. I can add and remove the elements directly from the chart handle, the plus sign. I can get rid of my grid lines. It looks a lot cleaner without them. I can get the legend and move it somewhere where it's more noticeable, maybe to the top. If the data is small enough, I can add data tables to the bottom of the chart as well. But that looks like a lot of data to browse through, so I'm just going to hide it. I can also format this chart. Everybody. I can change the style with any built-in styles that I have available. Or even change the color scheme. Let's do green for Excel. I also have the ability to do a filter. I can filter this chart to hide certain items from it. There, I hid my average there. I'm going to reapply it. Now, something really cool with PowerPoint and Excel is that they work together. If you want to present with this chart in a presentation, and you want these values to change and have the chart update in the presentation, you can always copy the chart from Excel. And if you go into PowerPoint, this is our PowerPoint here. And if you just insert a new slide, I'll insert a slide just to demonstrate this. This is very useful, I've noticed. I can actually choose a chart and I can just simply paste and link the data. There's an option to paste and link the data. When I do this, if I change one of the values, if I change one of these values maybe to 2000, see how my chart changes itself in the presentation? Of course, it has to be on the same machine. I'll change that to 1000. That's more dramatic. I saw that bar change. I changed the average. Well, that's a formula. I can't change that. Let me change this to 300. See a dramatic change there in the chart. So again, even if we need to put the presentation in PowerPoint, that data can be connected and linked. Pretty robust example. I wasn't planning to go there, but I just thought on top of my head, hey, that might be useful to see this connection between the two. Let me go back into Excel here, which is our main focus. This chart looks good. It looks clean. It's a little transparent, but it's okay. I can easily change that by changing the style that I chose. What I want you to do now, I spent about a few minutes talking about charts, inserting them, adding in the average column. Practice doing it yourself. Seeing if you can insert a chart, change it to a combo chart, switch the row and column, and also, just as an example, try seeing if you can link it to a PowerPoint. And if you do have to do that in your job role, or if you feel like you're going to do that in the near future, very powerful tool to connect the PowerPoint and the Excel workbook together. Don't forget to come back though. I have one more topic, which is macros, how to create, save, and run a macro, which will save a lot of time for these repetitive tasks that we have to do in a spreadsheet. So a macro is a small set of computer instructions. In Excel, Word, and PowerPoint, we don't actually write the code. We record ourselves doing certain tasks, and the code gets written out for us. From there, we can save the code and reuse it as a button on the spreadsheet or a button within the ribbon, depending on where you've saved the macro. Let me explain. I'm going to build a very basic macro. For this example, you probably don't have to do it. I'm not going to have you pause the video and do it. You're going to do the other one that's more robust, but it'll just give you an idea of what a macro is going to do before actually diving into it. I want to build a macro that will automatically add, once I record it, my first and last name, my company name, and the date to 3 cells in a spreadsheet. Doesn't matter what 3 cells they are. Now, in order to record a macro, I have to have the developer tab turned on. You may not have it on right now, don't worry. It can easily be turned on. You might have to go to your File tab just once, and under the bottom here where it says Options, right at the bottom, Options, I can choose to customize my ribbon, and I can turn on my developer tab. And that's actually what I did. If I had it off, it wouldn't be there. See, it goes away. But if I go back to File, Options, Customize Ribbon, I can turn on my developer tab and hit OK. And it comes right back. This is actually where we go to record our macro and change the style of macro we're recording. So let me build a very simple macro. There's 2 types of ways I can record it. The first one is called absolute referencing. By default, absolute referencing is turned on, meaning when you record your macro and you type something in cell A1, the macro will always place that value in the cell A1. Even if you were to be here and you play your macro, it's going to run the macro and it's going to add the value, in our case, my first and last name, to cell A1. But if I take a step and I turn on something known as relative referencing, this is going to change the code that it creates to allow me to add the macro on any cell. So even though I typed the macro on cell A1, if I hit run macro on cell D5, my name will show up here, which is most likely the way you want to record your macros. You want more flexibility. So let me record my first macro. I'm going to call it my first macro. It has to be one word. I'm going to add the shift key and the letter F to my shortcut, shift F. I just hit shift F and it adds the shift key to the shortcut. There are not too many shortcuts that hold the shift key. And I'm going to save this macro inside the actual workbook that I have, which I will have to go and save the Excel workbook as a .xlsm workbook that has a macro enabled. That way I can email it to others and the macro is saved. But if I wanted to use this macro in any other workbook, I would save it in my personal macro workbook. This is a hidden workbook that's in Excel in the application folders that will always be available to you without you actually seeing the workbook. And this will allow you to run your macros across all of your workbooks. But since this is just a demo, all of these macros in this training are a demo, I'm saving it to this workbook. And I'm just going to call it my first macro. And when I hit OK here, the first thing I'm going to do is go to cell A1. If you're not already on it, go to cell A1. And everything I do is being recorded. So fast Kareem's being recorded. I put equal today, open and close parenthesis. That will always give me the current date. And then I'll go ahead and type in Learnit. And I'm just for good keeping, at the end, I'm going to click back on cell A1. All that was recorded. And if I hit stop recording, I have now saved my recording for myself. And if I want, here, let me delete this. I can hit Control-Shift-F, and it'll add those values to those cells. Or I can go to any cell, Control-Shift-F, and it'll add those values to those cells because I've recorded myself doing it. I can also select here and go over to my macro library, and I can run my macro. That's in case I ever forget the shortcut. In addition to that, some people like going over here where it says Insert, and they add something called a form control, where they can paste and draw a button on the screen, and they can assign their macro to it. And now I can actually, here, let me click away from it, and now I can actually click this button to create my macro and essentially run my macro on the spreadsheet, making it very easy and user-friendly to use. I can actually rename the button too, but the right click. So what if I wanted to capitalize my last name? I can always go to my macro library, and instead I can choose to edit, not run, but edit. This is a VB editor. You don't need to know the VB code inside of it, but there is code here. It's a subroutine, a subprocess called myFirstMacro. These green lines are just comments. Apostrophe makes it a comment. And these are the lines of code. It uses an object called ActiveCell with a method called select. And it goes into that cell, it selects it. It uses a formula, a method called formula R1C1 to type in my name. From here, I can change it and capitalize my name. I don't need to know too much VBA to make edits like that. And then I hit enter and I put today in. I hit enter again. These are all my enters, the offsets. It goes down one cell, and at the very end, I go back up 2 cells. So I made a change. I'm just going to hit save here. And look at what it's saying. To save the file with these features, click no, and it says click no, and then choose a macro-enabled file type in the file type list. To continue saving as a macro-free, oh no, we want to save this, click yes. I'm going to hit no, because I need to save the macro too. It's in the workbook. And all I have to make sure to do is to save this file as a macro-enabled workbook. This way, if I email the file to someone, the macro will also come equipped with it. Otherwise, it will not. You will lose the macro the second you close the workbook, if you forget to save it as a macro-enabled workbook. Huge step. Let me hit save here. All right, and if I close this little editor window and I run my header again, we're going to see that the K is capitalized this time. So this was just a sample, a demo of what a macro does, giving you an idea of relative referencing, giving you idea of hitting the record button, me running my macro, me editing my macro, giving you a snippet of how the code looks. That's all I wanted to do. If you want to practice this, that's fine. Feel free to. But I'm going to show you an actual example coming up next where I'm going to format something I pull from my database every month. And I just wanted to have some color. I wanted to have my initials, the date. I want all these things to be filled out with the click of a button since I have to do this every month or maybe every week. Feel free to practice the very basic macro if you need to, but go ahead and pause the video if you need to do that. If not, we're going to go ahead and continue on and practice filling out and formatting this data set, and then seeing if it works on other data sets that I get across the month. I'm currently on the data for recording worksheet, and I'm looking at a data set that I pull every month. Some months it ends up coming up much larger than the previous month in terms of data. And it's my job to actually format this and make it presentable before I send it out to my team. And I just want to save some time by recording myself formatting it just once, and that way I can just assign this to a button or a keyboard shortcut, and I can run my macro on the other data sets that I get across the coming months. Let me go to my developer tab here, and if you don't have one, be sure to watch the Macro Basics video right before this that explains how to add the developer tab, and it runs through a very basic macro. If you've already seen that, I'm going to go ahead and continue. And I'm simply going to hit record macro here, and I'm going to call this macro my format macro. It has to be one word in the name. I'm going to call it with the shortcut Control-Shift-M for macro. As long as I hold the Shift key and then a letter, it will actually add the Shift key to my shortcut, making it extremely useful. There's not too many shortcuts that have Shift. A macro to format my data. I'm going to make sure to save this macro in this workbook because this is already an XLSM workbook. We've saved it as that in our previous example so that our macros can be stored and saved upon emailing. When I hit OK here, it's going to instantly start recording my macro, and I'm going to go to the Excel Home tab and choose my styles that I would like. So I'm going to pick my Home tab here, and under Styles, I'm going to pick my first one to be a title. And I'm going to hit enter, and for monthly phone sales, I'm going to pick that one, and I'm going to have that be a heading 4. And I'm going to keep hitting enter going down. I'm going to hit tab. Tab goes to the right. And for my run date, I'm going to put equal today so that the current date will always be spit out. My ran by, I'm going to put FK, my initials, just hitting enter and tabbing my way there. And when I hit enter, and enter again, I can use the Control, Shift, and the right arrow to highlight all of the columns going to the right. And I can use Control, Shift, down arrow to highlight all the columns going down. It's extremely important to do it this way. Otherwise, your data set that has larger columns or larger amount of rows won't actually format itself if you don't use these shortcuts and you just use your mouse. It won't know how to actually grab that extra data next month. I'm just going to change this over to a very simple input cell because that's what these are, inputs. And I'm just going to go back now that I'm done to cell A1 and go to my developer tab and hit stop recording. I can end up practicing my macro and I can run it by using Control-Shift-M, my shortcut. It works pretty fine on the same exact size of data, right? It worked perfectly fine. I can also go to this sheet called More Data, and as long as I'm lined up on cell A1, I'm going to go to Macros and hit My Format macro and hit Run. And I can see that it runs even on a larger data set. My final run here, let me just add in an additional column to see if it works. If I go to Record Macro, my first macro, Run. I can see even with additional columns. So I do want you to practice this before concluding the course. Just practice running a macro and seeing if it works on these larger data sets. I don't want you to worry too much if your macro gives you an error. The best thing you can do is to start over. To delete that macro, just go to the macros library and select it and delete it and just start over with the new macro and reapply those steps. Maybe watch the video again. The big key thing is to use your shortcuts. Use the enter key. Use the tab key. Use the control, the shift, the right arrow. Practice this. When you come back, we'll talk about what we've learned and conclude the course. All right, give yourself a pat on the back. Congratulations. You've completed Excel Power User, focusing on Excel 2021, the newest features that we have available. My name is Faz Kareem, and this course was provided through Learnit. In these two modules, we learned about the XLOOKUP text functions, advanced pivot table techniques, and a little bit about arrays, conditional formatting, charting, and we finished off with macros. Until next time, stay happy, healthy, and well, everyone. Take care. Hello and welcome. It is Faz Kareem with Learnit. And I'm here to present you Excel 2021 pivot tables, which is a pretty interesting course designed to focus on how to build pivot tables using the newest iteration of our Office products, which is Office 2021 or Office 365 subscribers, which constantly have the latest version. But on October 5th, they did release the 2021 official release, And with that comes a whole new set of features and functions, and even a upgraded user interface, a refreshed user interface. Now we do have some time together, and I'm really glad that you decided to watch this video. In the next hour or two, we're going to be learning about Excel pivot tables, but we're first going to spend some time focusing on data, how to actually organize data inside of spreadsheets, learning about tools, even the all-new sort function and the sort by function when we talk about custom sorting. And once we get a little bit comfortable learning about organizing and prepping data, I would like to dive into inserting pivot tables. How to use tables to do that, what to do if your data sets are not connected, how to relate them together. Maybe you have a product table and then you have a sales table and you want to find out the price of each product. Well, you have to do some functions and you have to do some prepping, some data mining there to extract the data from one table and merge it to another table. And the XLOOKUP will actually help us do that. I do want to talk about some tools like building the pivot table, naming it, how to update values within it, how to filter, how to change the number formats to currency, remove decimal places, how to set those as defaults. In this new version, we can actually set the pivot table layout that we've chosen as a default. I do want to spend some time today. We have quite a bit of time and a lot of good topics. I want to spend some time focusing on pivot charts. More and more as time evolves, I've noticed the information that we have to grasp is becoming larger. And we need these visuals to understand it quicker. So using pivot tables and pivot charts together is a powerful combination to speed up your browsing and analysis of reports. There is more, it's not just this. Once we get comfortable building pivot tables, I want to talk about the different layouts and styles that you have, the custom settings to designing the pivot table. And then at the very end, I want to talk about these very fancy features that I consider advanced features that you might want to know about when building pivot tables, something known as a calculated field. Sometimes there's certain columns that are in your data set, or that I should say are not in your data set that you need inside of your reports. Well, you can build columns using calculations. You can also build and conjoin items into groups within your fields. None of this making sense yet. You don't know what a pivot table is. It will by the time we get to this portion of the course. Now towards the end, I would like to do a demonstration of how to add Power Pivot to Excel. It's a special add-in that comes included, but you have to turn it on. And I would like to spend some time talking about the data model, where we can load several tables into a data model and use relationships and build custom columns. Very similar to our previous topic in the last slide. Adding related data using XLOOKUP, except we'll be adding related data using custom columns inside of our data model, which is another way of doing a very fancy tool using Power Pivot, another way of prepping your data. I'm pretty excited. Hopefully you are too. Grab some snacks, grab a cup of coffee, depending on what time it is. And let's begin with Excel 2021 pivot tables. All right, I went ahead and opened up the workbook that's inside the description. And I'm actually on the very front of the workbook in this new refreshed user interface. And I'm looking at a particular sheet known as Creating Tables, which is actually a list of my employees here that I have, tracking certain things like the location they're located in, the hire dates, the pay rates. Now, what we're actually looking at here, I'm going to add a little text box. There's a little special name. It's okay if you don't remember these names, but it's known as a well-defined list. That's what we're looking at. This list is a well-defined list. And if you ever do have a well-defined list, it's a great idea to convert them to tables for extra features that we can use in analysis. What do I mean by a well-defined list? Well, my list has headers. Now these headers are unique compared to each other. Besides that, our headers and data are unique. And what I mean by that is I don't have a piece of data that matches my header. I don't have a header called AD. I don't have a header called Joe, or a header called location or building 1. The headers are unique compared to the data. Now the third property that makes this a well-defined list is the fact that this has a complete data set. I don't have any blank columns. That wouldn't make it a complete data set because I have a blank column. And it actually ruins a lot of things when you're playing around with data. Like if you were to try to highlight the data even. If you hit Control and the letter A, it won't even highlight the extra data because it thinks that the data set stops. I mean the same thing. Here, let me delete this here. And I'll do a row. I'll just hit delete on the row. It's the same thing. If I hit Control A, it's going to think that the data set stopped here. So having a complete data set is something ideal, not only for us to build this table that we're going to talk about in just a second, but just for maneuvering around the data, inserting the data, highlighting the data, things of that nature. Now it looks like I have all 3 of these properties. I'm in pretty good shape. I have all 3 of the properties to make it a well-defined list. And now, if I actually want, I can actually insert a table, which is a great starting base. Great starting base for something that we're going to learn about today. Pivot tables. Because we use the table tool to create pivot tables. So I'm going to simply grab this entire data set, and by grab I just mean put my cell address box inside of it. And inside of my insert tab here, I can actually create a table. There's an entire command group devoted to this called the tables command group. And if I want, I can use the actual on-screen button, but I can also use the keyboard shortcut, Control T. And let me hit Control T here. As long as my cell address box is inside the data, it'll pick up the surrounding data set. It's a complete data set. I'm going to hit OK here. And now that I've done this, I've created my first table, which is a great starting base for building pivot table reports, because we can summarize this data in a report. We'll get there. Let's first talk about organizing data. Now there is something I want to point out to everybody. When you do have a table selected, or if you have your cell address box inside of the table, Excel in all versions will give you a tab. In this new version, they call it the Table Design tab. And when you click on it, it's going to show you a set of tools that you get to use to help analyze this data. So one of the most basic things, of course, that we can do is change the style of the table. I'm going to make it green to match Excel since we're talking about it. And then another very important thing that I like to do is just to name my data. Inside the properties command group, we have an area called table name. And I'm just going to give this a name. I'm going to call it T employees, for table employees. There we go. So before we start talking about what tools are provided when organizing our data into this table here, I do want you to catch up a bit. I want you to insert a table I also want you to use the table design tab and just pick your favorite color from the table styles. And then afterwards, just give your table a name. Now, if you're wondering why we name these things, is because we end up using these as source data for our pivot tables, and having names for them are easy to swap data sources. Or if you want, you can navigate to the data source by using the name box in Excel. We talked about that in the Excel beginner course. The name box there has the name of all your tables, where you can hit the drop down and select it. Go ahead and pause the video, create the table, practice by giving it a color and a name, and play around your name box before coming back here. And we'll talk about 2 or 3 things that I like to do with this table before moving on and talking about how to extract additional data from data sets, and then how to sort the data, and how to learn how to use these new functions that have been released to sort data. Very interesting stuff there. We'll be playing around with tables quite a bit throughout this session, but this is just the starting introduction to them. All right. Hopefully you had a little fun playing around and inserting the table and giving it a name and changing the style. But now that we've played around and got a little familiar with the fact that this table design tab appears whenever you have a cell selected inside the table, I want to talk about 2 or 3 tools that you might want to know about when using it. So what's the benefits of this table? Now, one tool that I want to mention that we have available, that we also have for our reports, for our pivot tables, is something called a slicer. Inside the table design tab, there's a tool called slicers, and it allows us to filter the data set much more visually than we originally would have if we used a list. I'm going to go ahead and insert a slicer to filter, let's say, my buildings in my location column. This will now give me an on-screen clickable filter option where I can filter my data set. And if I need to, I can clear the filter. And if I want, I can actually select the slicer, and a new little tab appears called Slicer. Because now that I have the slicer selected, it'll show me some tools that I can use to customize it. And something that I do with my slicers is I adjust the columns if I need to. And I can adjust the width from these handles and the height if I need to. And these slicers can be moved around and located in different areas of the spreadsheet. I'm just going to insert a few extra columns at the top of the spreadsheet to add my slicer there. So we have a nice little filter tool that we can use. Second, if I go back to my table and I get the tab again, besides that slicer, I also have something called the total row. And the total row allows me to do high-level calculations for each one of these columns. I can aggregate them. On the bottom of the data set, I can find out the average pay rate. I can find out how many employees I have. And if I want, with the combo of having a slicer and that, I can go ahead and see the different variations from building to building. So the total row is another benefit. Now the third thing that I get before I actually even build my report is the fact that this data set has a filter dropdown. Each column will automatically give me a filter dropdown that actually will show me, I'm going to click on the dropdown, an area that I can sort each column. We'll talk about sorting next. And an area to where I can actually filter each column. Now, if I don't want to use this or I want to hide this from users, I can always turn that off. But I can turn it back on because the table provides me with the filter button, we'll call it. So these are some benefits that the table provides. We will be learning about this tool inside the Table Design tab later on in the session, known as Summarize with Pivot Table, one of the most important tools there, where I can build a report out of this data. But let's still talk a little bit about organizing data. I want to spend some time focusing on how we can extract additional data from columns that already exist using some very common functions that we have access to. Go ahead and pause the video, practice these benefits before moving on, and I'll be going on to the data mining sheet next. Now, a quick topic I want to touch on is the fact that you can actually use Excel's function library to pull more data, or I should say mine more data, since I am on the data mining sheet, out of existing data. So I'm looking at another sheet here, and it's called the Books and Beyond Inc. And the payroll for a certain date. I actually used a function here, the now function, equal now. Returns the current date and time formatted as a date and time. It has to have an open and close paren, but nothing inside of it. But it'll give you the current time from your computer. That's a good one. But as you can see, I do have some columns that are blank here. And I just want to get your brain juices flowing and how I can actually fill them out using my Excel function library. I actually have the hours worked for each employee here. I can determine whether or not an employee is full-time or part-time using a set of functions. One of them is called if. I also have an employee's hire date. I can do a yearly analysis of how many employees I've hired and onboarded if I extract the year of hire. And if I want, I can conjoin things in, well, we should call them concatenate strings, and I can put the month and year together as a string. Let's start out by filling out the full-time, part-time column here. By using my function library, I'm actually going to access a function known as the if function in Excel. And once you see the name of the function you want, you can just click Tab. And the if function allows us to basically check if there is a logical test, which is something that can evaluate to true or false, a comparison of two cells. And then if that ends up being true, we can say a statement or do something. And if it ends up being false, we can say a statement or do something. And in this case, I'm going to go ahead and check if this hours worked is greater than or equal to 40. And if they so happen to be, I'm going to return the string full-time, FT. And the reason why I called it a string is because you have to put it in quotes. It's a character string, they call it. And if it ends up being false, well, that implies that they're part-time, PT. And I'm going to close my parenthesis for good practice. And instead of hitting enter, I'm going to hit control enter. That way the cell address box will remain on the same cell. And I can double click my autofill handle, that tiny little square, to complete the remainder of the columns, or the rows, I should say. I can also do a function known as year, but this time it actually requires something inside the parentheses here. Unlike our now, I actually have to give it a serial number, which is a cell formatted as a date. And it will simply extract the year portion of it. And I can go ahead and use my autofill to extract all the years. If I do need to extract the month, I can always use the month function. And this ampersand is a really cool trick to concatenate text strings together. So I'm going to put month and a space. I can also add a little dash in between this space. Let's do that. And I'm going to do the year. I'm going to select the same date again. So it's going to get the month/year. And I can go ahead and use my autofill handle to get all of them there for myself. So now I have 3 additional columns that I can work with in my reporting needs. Practice these formulas. Let me go to my Formulas tab and let me turn on Show Formulas just so you can get a little sneak peek of those formulas there. And go ahead and give these a try if you would like. Pause the video. I'll be here when you're back. We're going to talk about a very interesting topic next, sorting, and these newer ways that we can sort data sets by using functions, coming up next. So I'm over here in the workbook, and I'm on the 3rd worksheet called Custom Sorting, where I'm looking at the employee master list that's actually missing a column. So this is not a complete data set. Remember that conversation we were having on the creating tables sheet about being a complete data set? This is not. Well, we can make it one using a pretty cool feature that I'd like to showcase here, known as Flash Fill, which can be found in the Data tab. And it's pretty quick. It has a keyboard shortcut, Control E, but essentially it reduces that situation where you have to constantly build columns out of pre-existing columns. Let me explain. I already have the first name and last name in a separate column. So if I give Excel just one single example in the full name column, and I run up to my Data or Data tab, however you want to prefer to pronounce it, I actually have a command group called Data Tools. And one of the data tools that I have access to is Flash Fill, which I did mention the keyboard shortcut is Control E. And once you give it one pattern, and then you go to a new empty cell, you can actually trigger Flash Fill to do the rest for you. I'm going to use Control E as my shortcut. I know, it's magic. But go ahead and try that out. Pause the video if you would like. But I'm going to continue talking here about sorting now that we have a complete data set. Because sometimes before you want to rebuild a report out of data, you want to have it organized and sorted a certain way. Now I'm sure we all know that inside of the Data tab, we have a command group known as Sort and Filter, which allows us to do an alphabetical sort or a larger to smaller sort, using the A to Z and the Z to A option. And as long as you're inside of a column, you'll go ahead and sort all corresponding data related to that column. So notice how all the rows with it also got swapped. However, there is something I want to mention that we can do that allows us to sort based off multiple priorities. Where we can have one column first sorted, and then within that column have another column sorted, and then within that column have another column sorted, and within that column have another column sorted. Multiple levels, multiple priorities of sorting. That's actually using this big sort option. Kind of looks like a spinning casino slot machine there. The Z to A and A to Z option. And when you click on it, it'll actually give you a big old sort window that allows you to add multiple levels. Let me sort this data set based off the day off so that all the people's day off is in order. I'm going to switch the sort by full name to day off. And the cool thing about this is under order, Excel has something known as a custom list. When I click on this custom list here, it'll give me an option to choose the fully spelled out days to sort it with Sunday on top as opposed to Friday if we would have chose alphabetical. I can go ahead and add in another level. And then after it sorts that, I can have it sort the locations, the buildings, alphabetically. I can add in a third level. And if I wanted to have these sorted in a different way, don't get me wrong, for my buildings, I can always build a custom list. Maybe I want building 2 to show up first, and then building 3, and then building 1. That's just how I want it sorted. Yeah. Now when I do this, this is me building in a list. It does have to be spelled correctly. It has to match the spelling. So if I sort it with 1, 2, and 3, it'll come out in that order. If I sort it with 3, 2, and 1, it will come out in that order. Even if I sort it with 2, and then 3, and then 1 in the middle, or 1 at the end, it's just out of order. If I hit add here, I now have a sort order that I can follow by. Building 2, 3, and building 1. Here for the final sort inside of the buildings, I also want to sort the zones, or let's do actually the last names. And I'll do these 3 levels of sorting here. So it's first going to get all my Sunday people, put them together. And then it's going to do this next sort here. I'll do a different color for it. Notice how it starts with building 2, and then 3, and then 1. That's how I chose my sort order. And then the last name here as well. So remember, this takes priority. So even though there's a Bellwood here in building, building 1, building 2 and 3 take priority. So this list is kind of skewed, last name 1. Always remember, you can edit this. You can always switch the order. Maybe you wanted the last name first. You can move it up a level and then the location. And now we have our Sundays here and our last names in perfect order as well within the Sundays. But then you'll notice our buildings might be kind of skewed because it's the last priority that we cared about. Pretty interesting stuff here. This has been around for quite some time, the sort function, the sort tool, the command, but they did release a sort function that we have available now inside of Excel. I would like to spend some time talking about it. Now, what we can do here is use a particular function, and this is known as an array function, to actually sort a particular column of data. So if I want, I can do the entire data set by running a sort, and I can choose the entire data, and then I can choose something known as a sort index. That's choosing what column I want to sort by, the first, second, third, or fourth. And in my case, I'll do the fourth column to sort by the units sold in descending order, which is -1, so that I can see the most sold item at the top. When I close this parenthesis and hit enter, it will spill into the other cells and build me an array, they call it, of the data that's newly sorted, where I can go ahead and see my region, sales rep. This is pretty cool, right? Product and units. Pretty fancy method. You can also do one column. In this example here that I had preloaded, I just did the single units column here. I highlighted only the units. But it also works with the entire array, they call it. Yeah, pretty fancy, pretty fancy. There's also a sort by function, a sort by, that they've released. And if you want, you can sort by another column in the data set. So I can highlight this entire name and age column, and I can sort it by the ages. And I can do it in descending order to have the oldest people on top. And if I close my parenthesis here, it will again bleed and spill, they call it spill, into these surrounding cells in the order we looked for. I mean, you can even do this with more than one criteria, kind of like we did with the custom sorting. What if I wanted to sort first by age and then by region? So I can do that by using the sort by, and I can highlight the entire data set. And the first one, I want to sort it by the age in a descending fashion. And then right after, it's like, all right, what else do you want to sort it by? I'm going to do it based off the region in a ascending fashion with the 1. I hit enter here. It'll go ahead and sort this for me. Starting out with ages first, going down and descending, and then ascending for the regions. So way more than just the custom sorting option that we have now. We have the sort function and the sort by function available for us to use. Go ahead and give this a try. Pause the video at any points of these little snippets that you need to so that you can see the code. Whatever one it is that you're doing, you can pause the video at any one of these snippets so that you can see the code. But of course, try to practice filling it out. Now, if you do go in your computer and you type in sort and nothing pops up, that's an indicator that either you are in Office 365 and you've yet to update, which is a very simple fix. Of course, we can always go to File, Info, and Update under Account here. Update Options under Account. Very simple to do so. Or you might not have the newest version, 2021, that will have these functions available. Yeah, so that is an option. Practice these and come back to where we're going to learn about another new function to solve a pretty big problem when merging data, known as XLOOKUP. I am in the workbook, and I'm actually on a worksheet called Merging Data XLOOKUP. And on this worksheet here, I have 3 different lists. 3 separate lists. They're separated by this blank space here. Now the first list is actually a list of products and the prices we sell our products here. I extracted it from our database. This next list is a list of all of our sales reps and the regions that they work in. And then the final list that I've extracted from our DB is a column of dates of all the sales that we've done, showing what product, the discount, and how many units we've sold. However, what if we wanted to build a pivot table and we wanted to analyze the actual revenue we brought for each product? How much we sold with the discount. What if we wanted to bring in the region? Let's start simple even. I wanted to know what region sold the most products. Well, I have each sales rep here. Am I going to have to sit there and cross-reference everybody's name one by one? And then I can add the word West. Look how long this list is. Look at that scroll bar. Look how tiny it is. It's a long list. That'll take forever to create. There's a lot of sales. Look, it keeps going and going and going. They're all the sales. So instead, I can actually use the all-new XLOOKUP to merge my region. The XLOOKUP will allow me to use a lookup value from one list. This is us using a related. We're relating something from one list to another. I want to use the lookup value from this list. And I want you to try to find it in this list. That's what they call the lookup array. This is my lookup array. And this is my lookup value. Now, if I go ahead and hit this keyboard shortcut, I can actually highlight the entire column going down. And then when I scroll back up here, it'll go ahead and have it for me. So it's a nice little shortcut. And then right after, it's going to ask for something known as a return array. It's asking us what do we want to return that matches this value. And in our case, we want to return the column that holds the regions. So for this next one, once I hit comma, my return array is going to be the regions. So it's actually only 3 things you have to fill out. A lookup value, a lookup, they call it an array, and then the final thing, they call it the return array. These 3 things, once you fill them out, will actually create a formula to extract the region correctly for each one of these sales reps. And then of course you can use your autofill handle to double click it and do the rest of the column. Now keep in mind though, it's a good idea to absolute reference these things. To hit F4 and add the dollar signs around each one of these so that way they lock in place. So as you're doing your autofill, it doesn't lose any of the values. So it puts in the region here. I have one more example, a little bit more robust than this one. I also want to see how much revenue I have. And I can use an XLOOKUP, right? Because I have the products that we've sold. And I have a list of products that I can search through. And then I can return the price. But when I do that, I want to multiply it by however many units I've sold. But I also want to multiply that by 1 minus the discount. So if it's 0.03, it'll be 97% of the price. This is actually going to give me the entire revenue. It's going to give me how many units I've sold. It's going to give me the price for 2 units with the discount applied. And then of course, notice how I get some NAs. What did I do here that I didn't do here? I didn't absolute reference the values, the cell addresses. So that way as I scroll, I won't lose any of the lookups. Now that I've absolute referenced, they fixed it. They only get this entire column here and make it into currency values there. Cool. I could have also used the keyboard shortcut. Control, Shift, and the number 4. That would have also made it into currency values, instead of me doing it in my home tab. So pretty cool, right? I can extract data with an if function, the year, the month. I can merge data using XLOOKUP. I can sort data using sort or sort by. I can build tables for the total row, for formatting, for filtering, slicing. A lot of tools in terms of organizing data. Coming up next, though, I do actually want to build a pivot table. I have 2 data sources. One's a month of data and one's a year of data. And I want to analyze these data sources and build pivot table reports out of them to see who maybe is the top seller, the bottom seller. They're all merged and put together, everything. I've already done all the extracting and cleaned up the data. So it's just ready to go for pivots. Let's begin. Go ahead and pause the video though and practice these 2 functions. Here, let me go ahead and turn on the show formulas here for you to pause the video with the functions on the screen. Don't forget to come back. I'm going to start talking about some pivot tables. I'm inside the workbook, and I'm on a particular sheet called Data. And this sheet is actually tracking my order details from December of 2014. It's a rather large data set in the sense that it has about, I believe, yeah, there we go, 26 columns of data. That's 26 whole columns, not too many rows, not too many rows. It has about 68 rows there total from the top to bottom, so 65 total actual data rows. Now, what if I had an assignment here where I had to figure out some answers by browsing this data? I want to figure out, maybe I have a column called salesperson. Out of this list of salespeople, who actually brought in the most revenue in the month of December? Okay, what did they sell the most of? I mean, we can sit there and filter things. That will always work. But what if we had 10 to 15 salespeople? Are we really going to filter for 15 different salespeople and then calculate their revenue one by one? So there's Andrews. You'll have to do the same thing over and over again. This time for Ann. So it looks like Andrew still sold the most. Instead, when we're working with these tables that we have, this is a table here. I can go into it and I can see that there's a table design tab. I actually have an option to, and it says it right here, to summarize with pivot table. It's inside of the tools that I have with my table. And if I were to click summarize with pivot table, as long as my cell address box is inside of the table, it will allow me to insert a pivot table so that I can summarize this large amount of data. Let me do that. I'm going to hit summarize with pivot table. And it automatically will pop up a little window that will show me the name of the table that I used when I inserted the data. When I hit insert pivot table, I was inside of this table. And it asks me if I want to build this pivot table on a new worksheet or on a cell on an existing worksheet. I'm going to build it on a new worksheet. And later on today, we're going to learn about something called a data model, where if you have your data separated into separate lists, you can actually build a model of that data and use relationships and can join the columns, building custom columns in Power Pivot. Very powerful tool that we'll see a snippet of today. But for right now, our data is already put together. We have all 26 columns. I already have a table. It's called T December Sales. I've already named it. I'm going to simply hit OK to insert my pivot table. So now that I have an empty pivot table report here, there's something I want you to know before catching up. When you're inside of a pivot table report, you're going to see right now it's empty. There's no fields that I've created the report with, but there's this blank spot where the report would go. And I'm inside of it. Because of that fact, Excel has given me 2 additional tabs now. First one's called the Pivot Table Analyze. The second one's called the Design tab. And it gives me a third area called the Pivot Table Field List. Now, one of the first things that I like to do with the pivot table is I like to go to the Pivot Table Analyze tab, and I'm going to give this pivot table a name. from the pivot table command group. I'm going to call it top seller. Because it's going to be our top seller report. Once I end up giving it a name, I'm also going to do two other things. So that's the first thing I want to do. When you're building a pivot table, you have to use this area on the right-hand side. This area on the right-hand side is pretty customizable now. It's going to show you all of the columns that were inside of the data in the same exact order that the columns showed up in. But there is a way that you can alphabetize this. And there's this little toolbox they released in 2016, and when I click on it, I have an A to Z sort option. Now from here, now that I've done that, I also can customize the entire field list by putting it side by side. Now I have all of my fields on one side, and I have all four boxes that I can use to drag and drop my field into to create a specific part of my report. So I've done three things here. I've named the report. That's what I called it, the top seller. I've also customized my field list to be from A to Z. That's from my toolbox. And I also switched my field list to be side by side. That was also from the toolbox. Pause the video. I want you to practice and catch up and insert a pivot table, summarize with pivot table yourself. From there, go to the Pivot Table Analyze tab and give it a name before you get started with the building of the report. And just to make your life easier when you're actually building the actual columns and rows of the report, alphabetize this list. It's 26 fields that you may not have gotten a chance to actually look at inside the raw data. You didn't have time for that maybe. So go ahead and pause the video, practice those three things, and come back for us to continue building this pivot table report. All right, I'm over here on this newly created sheet that we built in the last video, or the last snippet of the video, where we inserted a pivot table. Let me rename this sheet to Pivot Table 1, PT1. And now that I have this pivot table created, there's something I want to point out. If you move this cell address box outside the report area, Excel will think that you no longer want to build the report. For the time being, it will disappear and remove these areas that I'm Xing out. So those three things that we talked about in part 1, it will X them out and remove them essentially until you go back into the report. So always remember that if you're like, wait, I don't see anything, I can't build it, because you've moved the cell address box outside of the report. Now I've already named the pivot table, that's good. Let me build my top seller report. And in order to do that, I have to use the columns from the data set that I have. This is known as the source data, and we're using the columns from the source data, and they call them fields. They just changed the name to fields. Now, what we can do here is we can actually drag and drop these fields into 4 different boxes. And depending on what box you throw them into, it's going to build a different part of my report. So I did say I want to build a report that tracks the top seller from the month of December. So if I want, I can see a list of salespeople going down columns. I can create columns by dragging the salesperson into columns here. This will give me 8 columns, not necessarily what I wanted. Too large for me. And it also gives me a filter drop down for the column labels. But I can also get these salespeople and make them into a nice, compact, single column and list them down rows. Notice how this created many rows in my report. Hence the name, the rows box. And it also gives me a drop down to filter these rows. Now, if I want, I can actually build a report using these as the labels. So notice how I have this option that shows the revenue. I've already seen what columns does, and I've already seen what rows does. I have an option to get the revenue, and I can drag and drop it into the values box. And when I do that, it'll end up showing me the summation of all the revenues, going based off the breakdown that I have. Salespeople. If I wanted it based off region, I could have thrown out salesperson, and I could have put in region. If I wanted to get region and throw it out, and I wanted to do it based off the categories that we're selling, maybe I want it to be very specific and I want it to track the products. Good thing this is in alphabetical order. Let's see how much quantity we're selling of each product. So I'm going to go back to my original report where I'm showing the top seller, just kind of getting our brains going here. I'm going to get salesperson and put them into rows. And I'm going to get the revenue and put them into the values box. And I do know we actually have a filter box at the top where if I wanted, I can filter based off of the field, like categories. But this is a little outdated these days. I can toss this out. Because inside of the pivot table Analyze tab, we now have something called a slicer. This will allow us to filter using the visual that we learned about in creating tables. Let me show you. I'm going to add one for salesperson here. And now I have an on-screen, let me add a column to it, clickable interface for my filtering of my report instead of using the drop-down. Now, besides the salesperson slicer, I also have a column for order dates. Let me find that there, order date, where I can filter based off the dates of the orders. Look at how many orders we've had all throughout the month of December. But instead, I can go into the Pivot Table Analyze tab and use another form of a filter called a timeline. I'm going to add one for the order date. And now I have this on-screen filter. Let me switch it. I'm going to click on the month of December. And I'm going to go into days. And then I'm going to go and click on the timeline, and I'm going to hide the timeline level. So that way only people can browse through the days of December. That's it. I'm going to clear these filters here. So my report's looking pretty good. Pretty good. I have things are going. They're not ready yet, but they're going. I also want to actually show a visual representation of this report. So if I go into my Pivot Table Analyze tab, there is an option known as Pivot Chart. Pivot Chart. And the Pivot Chart lets me choose a visual representation of the report. Let me choose a bar chart and hit OK. So to me, when I'm building a pivot table, these are the things I'm looking for. I'm actually looking for the report. I'm also looking for a set of filtering tools. And I'm looking for a visual that I'll format in a little bit. I'm looking for these three things here when I'm building a report. Now I do want you to catch up. So I do want you to add some timelines, some slicers, and a top seller report with the visual before moving on to the next parts of this video, because there is a lot more steps that we're going to do, and I just want to make sure we're at a good pace. So pause the video, catch up to these small little steps that we've done. If you do need to see inside the pivot table, I'll click into it. You can pause here. Don't forget that these two slicers that I've added in were found inside the pivot table analyze tab. And don't forget this pivot chart that I inserted was actually found inside the pivot table analyze tab as well, and I used a bar chart for it. Go ahead and practice, have fun, don't forget to come back. A lot more in store for us. All right. Now that we have the pivot table built, I do want to play around with it a bit, talking about some benefits of having this report. Now, one of the most fundamental features of using a pivot table report is understanding the concept of a drill down. And that's when you actually double click one of the values columns, rows. It will actually show you the values it used to produce that answer. So if I wanted to figure out Andrew's sales, I can double click into it, and it'll end up getting a new table on a separate sheet that will show me Andrew's sales. And if I browse this data, I'll see that Andrew sold a lot on the 4th of December. And I can actually track the revenue here to see that that's where they produced that $12,000 in revenue. I can do that for each one of my salespeople, even Ann. There's my Ann sales. And I'll do Jan for the final one. I won't do everybody. So drilling down a report's pretty simple. But what happens if we actually built the report and now someone's messaging you saying, hey, I have some new data that I need you to show in this report. And they have one new row of sales data. So on 12/3/14, they forgot to add that U. I'm going to add my name, Faz Kareem. I'm going to put East, made a sell. And we sold Excel. And the revenue here, we're going to put, let's just put $1,000 here. $1,000 for the revenue. So we added in a new row. Why, or how, I should say, can I have that show up in my report that I've already created? So, what I can do, now that I have the report created, is I have the concept, instead of drilling down, I can right click. And one of the concepts of updating a report's source data is known as refresh. As long as you're inside the pivot table and you right click a cell, you will see the option to refresh the report. And when you do that, it will show you the newly added values that you've added into the report. Now, one thing I want to show you here is that inside of the summary, inside the actual data, I have currency formats. The dollar signs in the revenue column. But when I go over to my pivot table, the dollar signs do not show up. And it's not even sorted. So if I want to change the number format of the values, I can change the value field settings by clicking on it, the value field settings, and I can change it to show me the number format as currency. And I'll go ahead and lose the decimal places as well. And I'll hit OK. That looks good, and I also want to right click and sort this data so I can see it from largest to smallest. Wonderful. Notice how even my slicer has now added this new value from my report. And if I were to filter, I believe I left it on the 3rd. We're going to see that I'm added into this report now. So I've done quite a few things. I've learned about drill down by double clicking. I've learned about sorting by right clicking. And if my values box was right here, I would also learn about number format. That's also what I've covered here. I do want you to practice these things. Now I want you to practice these things, and once you're done with the practice, I want you to do one final thing. I have another data source. It's called complete data. In fact, I've named this data source T2014 sales. It's the same data, but the entire year's worth of orders. Same exact data, but the entire year's worth of orders. Have all the months. What if someone's asking you to build a report showing the year's top seller instead of just the month? You don't have to create a new report. Just like we were able to refresh the values, there's also an option inside the Pivot Table Analyze tab. And that option is to change the data source to another data source that has the same corresponding columns, but maybe additional rows. And I'm just going to change it not to T December sales, but T 2014 sales. That's what I call the other table, and I'll hit OK. Notice how my name went away. My name went away. I'm going to clear this filter here to show you that the numbers got much larger since we're tracking the entire year's worth of data. I do want you to practice drilling down, sorting, changing the number format, and swapping data sources before playing through the next video, where we will be covering some pretty advanced layout and design features for the chart and pivot table report itself. Okay, hopefully you had fun building the report, formatting it. But what I want to do here is I just want to make a copy of this report sheet so I can play around with it without messing up the original one that I have. So I'm just going to right click and choose Move or Copy. And I'm simply just going to create a copy of the same sheet that I have right next to it. I'm going to hit Create Copy and hit OK. And I'm just going to call this one PT2. That way I won't mess up the original one I had, because I also want to see in this pivot table report what categories these salespeople are selling the most of. Like, what is Nancy selling the most of, so I can tell Jan to sell those things. So I'm going to get category and put them inside of the rows box. Great, so now it's letting me know where I can expand and collapse each salesperson. There's only 8 of them, and I can see what they've sold. I can see Jan sold beverages, candy, fruits and vegetables. Notice how I have to click each one of these individually. Inside of my Pivot Table Analyze tab, I actually have an option to hide these options here, to show and hide the buttons. You can leave them fully expanded or fully collapsed. And if you want, you can also right click, and the option to expand and collapse the entire field will be available in one go. I can do a single field, or I can go and expand entire field, and that does all of them. I'm going to go back over here to collapse entire field. So pretty powerful, pretty powerful. If I want, I can also go in here and I can sort it based off the categories. So now the categories are sorted from within the salespeople. So not only are these salespeople values sorted, but now if I go into these categories, I can see that the top selling category is beverages. For Andrew, it's jams. For Laura, it's condiments. Let's see what Nancy sold the top most of. Beverages. Looks like that's a pretty good winner. Our top 2 salespeople will be selling a lot of beverages. So when you have these reports that are more robust, like I have 2 items in rows, I have salesperson and categories. Someone might even want to break it down based off the region now. They'll throw it into columns. Now it's showing the report. I know my chart gets a little mumbo jumbo there, but it's showing a report of each region. It looks like we have a blank region. Someone forgot. It looks like Andrew forgot to fill out one of his regions for East. Which is actually pretty easy to fix. We've learned about refreshing values. So if we go to this complete data here, and we will see that Andrew, where is Andrew? Andrew. I should filter this list so I don't have to look like that. Andrew is in the East region. But it's looking like inside the regions, we have blanks. And it looks like Andrew did forget. I'm just going to put East. I'm going to fill it in for him. And I'm going to clear the filter. So now when I go back to my pivot table, I can always refresh. I got rid of my blank there. So very easy fix there. Now that we know about refreshing reports, we can target those blanks and fix them as they come along. Let me get this regions field and toss it out. I don't really want to see that right now. Cool. Now, notice how as I change this report, the chart changes as well. Everything in the chart changes itself as I change my report. Gets a little scrunched up because I have so many values into it. Let me just delete this for now. Then I'm going to go ahead and collapse this here. So when you do have a report that's a little bit more robust, you might want to consider the design of the report. If I want, I can actually get these subtotals and not show them. Here, let me expand it again. So this is a subtotal. I can actually hide those. Subtotal, do not show. Now it's just focusing on the grand total. I can show at the top, or I can show it at the bottom. This adds an extra row for each salesperson, though. If you think about it, we have 8 additional rows now. So I prefer them at the top. I can also get the grand total and turn it off entirely. And if I want, there's actually different styles of report that I can choose from. Right now, what we're looking at is the compact form. I can switch this to outline. And if I want, I can repeat the item labels. Or I can switch this to the tabular form, which is great for printing. It puts it on each a separate cell. And after each blank line, after each row, you can insert a blank line if you need to. Remove blank line. Now, once you do find these settings that you like for your report, you can actually now save them for all future reports to show up with this exact design. In order to change the default layout of your pivot tables, you have to go inside the File tab and play around with your Excel options. And under the Data option, you can change this to the default layout of pivot tables. And when you choose Edit Default Layout, you can actually import a layout from a pre-existing pivot table. So I can go in here and choose Import. and it changes the report layouts to all the settings that I want based off this report that I was in when I chose import. I can also hit reset to Excel default if I want to go back to the original, which I am going to do before leaving the screen, and hit OK. So designing this report is actually pretty simple to do. I'm going to go back and switch this to the compact form there. Notice how it separated the categories in the salesperson when I went to outline. So designing the report is one aspect of customization that we have. We can even go a little crazy here and pick a different color. I'll do green for Excel. But you also have an option. I'm going to go back to PT1 to design the chart. When I select this chart here, I can get these field options and I can hide them. I can get this plus sign from the chart and remove the title. I can remove the legend. I can get this axis and delete it. I can get this paintbrush here and change the color of my chart. I can click on the grid lines and hit delete on my keyboard. Look how quick that was. I can customize it and add certain data labels. And as I'm filtering this, my chart will also filter itself as well. I don't like how the number was touching the bar, so I just edited the plot area. So whether it's designing a report using the Design tab, or it's customizing a chart using the plus sign, the paintbrush, both are fairly simple to do with your pivot tables. Notice how even, look, the labels are backwards. Nancy's on bottom here. I can click on the axis and I can format it with a right click. Even here, I'll have an option to reverse the categories to put them in the same order as my report. I can also format the bar, the data series they call it. I can right click and I can format the data series and make the gap between them smaller or bigger to make the bars a little bit bigger there. I have been talking for quite a bit. I've done quite a bit. I do want you to catch up by designing your reports, whether it's going to PT2 that we've created in the very beginning and going to the Design tab of it, building the report and designing it a little bit differently, and going back to PT1 and playing around with the chart. Go ahead and practice these small little formatting features before we move on and talk about a pretty interesting topic with pivot tables. We're going to learn about a special add-in known as Power Pivot that allows us to merge multiple lists, I should call them tables, and build relationships amongst them and build a pivot table report out of that multiple tables that we have by building a data model. Very powerful tool. Stick around for it, but first practice the basics of this pivot table we just created. All right, welcome back. I'm over here on a worksheet called PT1 that we created in an earlier video, I believe Pivot Table Part 1. And this is actually tracking the top seller for the entire year at this point, now that we've swapped the data source. Now with PT1 here, I'm actually looking at the data itself. I'm going to close this format shape and I'm noticing something. I don't have a field that shows me my bonus. Each one of these salespeople are supposed to get 5% of their sales as a bonus, and I'm supposed to track that metric. Now, unfortunately for me though, my data set doesn't have a field called bonus that just gets the revenue and multiplies it by 5%. Lucky for us though, inside the Pivot Table Analyze tab, we have a command group known as Calculations. When you go to Calculations, there's an option to build a new field inside of your pivot table report. Now I can do this by building, I'm going to call it bonus. I'm going to do this by building a field using pre-existing columns and inserting them, like maybe my revenue field here, multiplied by 5%. When I hit add, it will add in, look at that, a bonus field into my report that I will later see inside. And now it will show up in the report itself as well as the visual. I can also do the same thing for the items within a field. Trying to just give you an idea of what I mean by item. So my field is salesperson. The items are Nancy, Ann, Andrew, Mariah, Laura, Michael, Robert, Jan. If I would have chose products, my items would have been beard, almonds, dried nuts, all these different products that I'm selling. Those are my items. Now what I want to do is I want to get this field and I want to get the items and I want to group them. I want this to be team 1 and I want this to be team 2. So I essentially want to create new items out of pre-existing items. That is known as a calculated item. And as long as you're on an actual item inside the report, the option for calculated item will be available for you. And then from here I can build, I'll call this one team 1, an item that will track all the sales of the first 4 people. And when I hit add here, I just did the first 4 on the list. It'll add team 1. Let me add one more. I'll hit OK. There's my team 1. I'm going to add one more for team 2. And I'll do the last 4 here. Oop, I forgot the plus sign there. Gotta make sense logically. And I'll hit add. So I've added in 2 items now, which doubled up my totals. I've doubled up my totals and my bonuses, but I can always go to this option here, and I can always hide everything besides team 1 and team 2 by filtering them off here. So this is a calculated item. This is something that some people go with. Let me delete this really quick, just to give you an idea, because there's also another route you could have taken. I'm going to go calculated item. I'm going to choose the drop down for team 1 and choose delete. I'm going to choose the drop down for team 2 and choose delete and hit OK. So let's say we didn't have that. Instead, some people will just grab the first 4 and right click and group it. And then this one, they'll just call the top name from the formula bar, team 1. And then these 4 people will also be grouped into team 2. This is another way of, very similar in essence, but we're not building items. I can now expand and collapse amongst the teams while still seeing the individuals, as opposed to the other version wouldn't let me see the individuals there. So we have both ways, calculated items or fields, or what they call grouping, but both work very well for this task of building new fields, whether it's a bonus field or adding in new items. I do want you to practice this, and then up next we'll be talking about Power Pivot to build the data model, but this was something good to get in. And notice how it even showed up in our chart as well, team 1 and team 2 separation. Go ahead and give this a try, pause the video, practice building some calculated items and fields, and we come back, we'll learn about, for the most part, the final topic of the day, Power Pivot. All right, I'm actually on the final sheet in the workbook. At the very end of it, there's a sheet known as Power Pivot. And it's a very similar sheet. It's the same exact sheet as merging data with XLOOKUP that we did in a previous example. But I want to start talking about a special add-in that you can turn on in Excel to build data models. Now, in order to actually use Power Pivot, you actually got to spend some time, just once, turning on the add-in. And it'll show up at the top as a special tab called Power Pivot. Now, if I go over to my File tab and I choose to go to my options, I will get a setting to customize the ribbon. I could have very well also just right-clicked any one of the ribbons tabs to customize the ribbon, and it would take me back to the same area. Now from here, I have an area called add-ins a little bit lower than that, to where I can choose to add in a special ribbon to my interface. When I go to COM add-ins under Manage and I hit Go, I'll get the opportunity to turn on Power Pivot for Excel and hit OK. At that point in time, I will have Power Pivot at the top of my interface for all future Excel files that I use on this device. So before getting started, go ahead and pause the video, see if you can go to your File tab and go down to your options, and take a look at your add-ins to add in that COM add-in for Power Pivot. Some machines will require you to turn Excel on and off essentially to close it and open it. If you notice that it's not popping up there, but it should just pop up right away. If not, just try restarting the software and it should be good to go. Go ahead and pause the video and come right back once you have Power Pivot enabled. Now when using the Power Pivot tab, it allows us to add these three lists into something called a data model. Now in order to add these three lists, they have to first be converted into tables. And it's recommended to give these tables names so that they show up with names in the Power Pivot window. So the first one, I'm going to go in here and hit Control T, and I'm going to go to my Table Design tab, and I'm going to call this T Products. For this next one here, I'm going to hit Control T, hit OK, and I'm going to go into the Table Design tab and call this one T Regions for Table Regions, and on this last one, I'm going to hit Control T, hit OK, and I'm going to call this one T Sales. Now I have the opportunity to add all three of these tables to my data model by clicking into the products table and hitting Add to Data Model. It'll pop up a new window. I'll get this next one here and I'll add it to the data model again. There's my second one. I have T Products and T Regions so far. Let me split screen my device. All right, my final one here, the sales, I'll hit Add to Data Model. Great, now I have all the T Products, the T Regions, and the T Sales in the Power Pivot for Excel window. I'm going to go to full screen here. Now, something that you have to do with these tables is we have to establish relationships amongst them. I mean, if you think about it, when we were doing our XLOOKUP, we did that. When we were doing the XLOOKUP in our previous examples, let me turn off Show Formulas. There was a relation that I did, a related function. There's like, I got the salesperson from this list, and I related it to the one here with the lookup and the lookup value in the lookup array. That way I can match the regions like I did here. So the relationship was based off the sales reps, where this one was based off the products. These are related based off these two columns. They're one of the same. An aspen here lines up with an aspen that we would find here, or a doublers that we would find there. This doubler is the exact same as the doubler here. And this costs $79.95. So the Power Pivot window is giving us an opportunity, come back here, to actually view the data inside the window. It doesn't let me edit the cells. I can't edit anything besides the headers at this point. I can go and browse through each one of these data sets. Luckily, I've named them. The names show up on the bottom, just like worksheets, but they're table names. But inside the Home tab of Power Pivot, I have something known as Diagram View, where it's going to switch it from the Data View, and it's going to go into a Diagram View. You can make these bigger. Most of the time you have to, because you have so many columns. And essentially, we have to establish relationships amongst these tables so that when we use formulas, they know what columns correspond to each other. Like sales rep to sales rep. I can drag and connect the two, giving me a one-to-many association. There's one sales rep, and there's many occurrences of the sales reps. I want you to associate the one sales rep and the region associated to it to this sales rep from the sales table. I also am going to get products and assign it to the product, so that way the prices from this table will be associated to the sales of each product from this table. Once you're done with that, you've done a good job of setting up the data model for you to start building custom columns. I do want to pause the video, and I want to give you all a chance, now that we've turned on Power Pivot, and I want you to give you all a chance to actually add all three of these to the data model. And once you've added it to the data model, I also want you to just spend a good little moment browsing the data model's sheets, and then going over to the diagram view and connecting the sales rep to sales rep 1 and products to product, so that we can build some custom columns coming up next. So now that I'm in Power Pivot and I've already established my relationships, I can actually use a set of functions. They're known as DAX functions, data analysis expressions. There's about 200 of them. There's a whole documentation on them that you can browse online that we can use to manipulate columns at a time, especially columns that have relationships. Now let me add in one column here into the sales table, because there's a function known as related that I can use here in this window. And once I open up the related function, it will show me all the columns that I can associate to this data set based off the relationships that I've established. So I'm going to show and bring in the regions. And when I hit enter here, it designs a calculated column that I can rename regions. I can also add an additional column here. I'm going to do another related, and I will do the price of each product, but I will multiply it with the column of units, and I will multiply that with 1 minus the discount price to give me the actual price of the product that they paid. So if it was 0.03 minus 1, that's 0.97. So it'll be 97% of the price. If I hit enter here, it will build me that calculated column here. And I'm just going to call that revenue. And now what I can do is now that I have my data model built, I can always go to the option from the Home tab and design a pivot table in Excel using this data as the model. Let me build one in a new worksheet here and hit OK. So it actually shows me, when I'm using Power Pivot, it shows me all of the tables, but it categorizes all the ones that have associations and relationships together by not adding that little line in between them. These are all separate tables, have no relationships amongst each other. I can build pivot tables with it, but they won't work with multiple fields from one table and another because there's no relationships amongst these ones. But these ones here, there are relationships. I can grab a product and put the list of single products here. And I can also go to my sales here, and I can figure out the revenue that I have for each one of the products that I've sold. And this pivot table can be built with 2 different tables of data. Why? Because Excel knows, based off the data model, that this product actually has an associated revenue that we've used with the related function. Much different than us actually using, let me throw this out, product. boom, within the same table here. This was built. This wasn't originally there, whereas this one we added in. I also have regions here. Look, I can actually drag and drop. Let me throw this out. I can get sales rep from one area, and I can show the regions from another table as well. And it pulls up those regions for myself. So pretty interesting. Here I can count how many sales we had for each region. Pretty powerful tool. I can switch it to active here just so I can focus on the tables that I'm currently working with. And it allows me to be much more flexible with my raw data when working with pivot tables. Go ahead and try this out. Try closing the data model. If you ever need to open it again, you can hit add to data model, or you can hit manage. I apologize. It'll take you back to the window. But do practice designing a pivot table using this data set. Now keep in mind, there are a lot of things Power Pivot can do, like sort certain columns based off another column. We learned about the sort by earlier. We can also sort things from largest to smallest. But there are other functions, array functions, that we've covered that do similar things in nature. Practice this, load up a very simple pivot table, and we come back, we'll talk about what we've covered in this past hour and a half or so. Congratulations. You have completed Excel 2021 pivot tables. In this course, we spent a good chunk of the course learning about organizing data, wide variety of ways. We learned about tables, sorting, the new sort function, and the sort by function. And then we dabbled into merging data using the XLOOKUP function that was released. From there, we started learning about pivot tables and all the enhancements, including alphabetizing your field list and moving it side by side. We started dabbling in specific features of the pivot table, such as drill down, sorting, grouping, and we even built a pivot chart and learned a little bit about formatting it. From there, we learned about the design tab of our pivot table and how we can customize the layouts and show certain things like subtotals and grand totals. Towards the end, we started dabbling in advanced features like calculated fields. Those are columns that we have that we can create with existing columns, and items, which are the actual values inside of the fields that you can conjoin together, multiply together, and use in calculations. Towards the end, we've learned that not all data is perfect and that there are special advanced tools that you can add in, such as Power Pivot, that allow you to get multiple tables and join them into something known as a data model, where you get to use a set of expressions known as DAX expressions to relate the columns together and build custom columns that you can eventually then use within a pivot table report. I do want to thank you all for attending this session. This course was provided to you by Learnit. Be sure to check out our website if you're interested in other trainings. And that was Excel 2021 Pivot Tables, everyone. Until next time, everyone, take care. Hello and welcome, everybody. It's Faz Kareem with Learnit. And I want to present you Excel Intro to Data Analysis using the latest version of Excel, Excel 2021. Don't worry, if you're an Office 365 user, you will have all the functionalities available. But Microsoft did release the newest version of Office on October 5th this calendar year. And with that comes a whole new set of functions and even a new updated and refreshed ribbon interface. An interface that we get to adapt, and it doesn't, not too many changes. It looks much more cleaner, and the ribbon stands out more dominantly. So with that being said, we do have a set of topics that I want to cover. In Excel Intro to Data Analysis, I've broken up this course into 4 modules. Now with Module 1, I want to spend some time learning about what's the difference between a list, what's a well-defined list, and how can you insert a table from that well-defined list. A table is a tool that was invented in 2007. It's nothing new. But it allows us to filter data sets, sort data sets, calculations, remove duplicates. A ton of great tools when analyzing data if you are using a table. And we're going to spend that good chunk of time in Module 1 learning about that. In Module 2, the summary-based if functions, I want to learn about the if function, the SUMIF and average if. And I also include the new functions, sort, filter, and unique that got released with the Office 2021. Now, Module 3, we're going to dive into a little bit of charts, learning about the recommended charts tool, what charts are available, how to edit them, and if you need to insert something called a sparkline, which is a single chart that fits in a tiny little cell of a spreadsheet. That way you can have many of them. Now, Module 2 and Module 4 are some of my favorites of the class. Module 4, we're going to learn about pivot tables. How can I get a large amount of data? And how can I summarize that large amount of data and build a report out of it? How can I build a visual for that report, known as a pivot chart? And how can I format the report? By changing the data types, the number formats, adding in slicers, and changing the summarize values. A lot of good stuff. I do want to mention that I try to make these sessions hands-on, meaning after I show a topic, I would probably ask you to pause the video and to quickly practice, because there is an exercise file. Now, with that being said, let's slowly begin. So I'm inside of the Excel workbook that I provided for the course, and I'm looking at a particular worksheet, the very first one. It's called Creating Tables. And right now, what I'm actually looking at here is there's a special name for it. Right now, what we're looking at is called a list. And a list simply holds values in columns, and there's usually a header for the column describing the values it's holding. Now, there is a way to get a list and enhance it and make it a well-defined list. Now, you might be thinking, what's the point of making it a well-defined list? Because if you have a well-defined list, you can insert a table. So let's talk a little bit about what makes a list a well-defined list. There's actually 3 things that makes this list well-defined. The first thing is that the list has headers. Now, the headers have to be unique. You can't have duplicate headers, and I have a header for each one of my columns. Besides your headers needing to be unique, you also have headers the headers and the data need to also be unique. So I can't have a header called Joe or a header called AT, because it needs to be unique compared to the data. Now, the third thing that I need is a complete data set, which I actually have. And a complete data set just doesn't have any emptier columns. So it won't have any empty columns here. Or it won't have any empty rows. It's okay if it has a blank cell here or there. That's okay. But a complete data set just doesn't have any blank columns or rows. Now, if we actually have all of these things, all 3 of these pieces, we have a well-defined list. And we actually have one in front of us here. So that means we can get the well-defined list and convert it to a table. If I put my cell address box inside of this list here, this green box, they call it the cell address box, I can actually go over to my Insert tab, and I can choose to insert a table. Now, I do want to mention something. I like using keyboard shortcuts. So as long as you're inside of the table, or inside of the list, we should call it right now, you have the opportunity to use a shortcut to insert the table. You can simply hit Control-T or if you're on a Mac, Command T. Now when you do this, it's automatically going to add these marching ants, I've made up that word entirely, around the entire list. This indicates that it's grabbed the entire data set, and it's also acknowledging the fact that you have your own custom headers. And if you didn't, Excel would make them for you. But they wouldn't be too descriptive. It would just be called column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, and so on and so forth. Let me hit OK here. So I've successfully built a table. It's in here. And there's something I want you to know. When you're inside of a table, like when your cell address box is inside the table, Excel is going to give you access to this new tab. It's called the Table Design tab. And it's not always going to be there. If you move your cell address box like outside the table, it's going to remove this Table Design tab for you, thinking that you no longer need to use the command groups within it, because all of these are primarily focused on the table here. So if I go back, notice how it's not there, because my cell address box isn't in the right area. But if I click back in, I'm back in business. Now what I like to do when I create tables is I like to give the data a name. We can name our data sets. Inside of the Table Design tab, we actually have a Properties command group. The Properties command groups allows us to give it a single word name for every data set that we create, every table we create. Now you might be wondering, what's the point of that? Well, you can use this data set for a pivot table, or you can use this name to navigate across the workbook. If you're on a separate sheet, Excel actually has something known as the name box, which has a drop-down arrow, and it will show you the names of every named data set you have. If you'd like to select one, you can click on the drop-down, hit Table, and it'll instantly highlight the data set for you and take you to the sheet that holds that content or that data. So it's also a navigation trick. That's just one benefit of using a table. Now besides that, it also lets you, this is another benefit, I'm going to go over to this next command group called Tools. It allows you to filter in a much more visual way. In fact, there's something called slicers that allow us to filter data sets. And if you wanted to filter your building numbers, you can go into the Table Design tab and insert a slicer for the locations inside of that column. Now this slicer is just like the table, to where it's going to give you a special tab if you have it selected. I typically use this tab to adjust the look of my slicer. I like to adjust the look by adding in multiple columns, spreading out the buttons a bit. Let me add in 2 columns, maybe 3, and just spread out the buttons a bit, a little bit longer there. And I'm also just going to make this really thin so I can fit it at the top. And here, let me just add in a few extra rows. I'm going to insert a few extra rows here, just so I can add the slicer to the top. Now this was invented in 2013, nothing too new, but if I select one of these options here, it'll actually filter my data set. Pretty cool, right? And if I clear the filter here, it'll go back to original. I can also turn on a multi-select. I want to do a building 3 and 2 comparison. So that gives us a nice new filter tool that I have available, known as a slicer, when using tables. There's more to it though. There's more to it. Let me insert a row into the table. I'm just going to right click and insert a row. And I'm just going to copy this entire row, so that way I can have a duplicate. The table also allows me to remove duplicates from a table, a data set. The Table Design tab has another tool called Remove Duplicates. And if I click on that, it's actually going to allow me to search the entire data set. I can also search a single column. And if that column has a duplicate, it'll remove all related data. So I'm going to search my employee ID columns. If I hit OK, it's going to let me know that it found one duplicate value and removed it. And there's 37 values that remain. So besides these three tools, there's also a tool that does calculations for you. Inside of the Table Design tab, moving on from Tools, I'm going to go over to Table Style Options. I also have this tool called the Total Row. And if I turn it on, it's going to add a new row to the bottom of the table that I can select a cell from, and I can aggregate the column above, maybe finding a count of how many employees I have. And it looks like I do have 37. I'm going to find the average pay rate as well. Now, if I want, I have the opportunity to filter this, and I can see my total row will also filter the calculations that I have. Quick way to do calculations for a table. My good old total row there. Now, there is another fifth benefit. I mean, there's a ton. I'm just giving the most important ones here. Inside the Table Design tab, I can also choose a different style for my table. Whether that be a light color scheme, a medium color scheme, or a dark color scheme. I even have the opportunity to build my own custom table styles by choosing the color of the header row, the first row, the second row, and all the details. The font colors, one by one. And it'll save it for me to use in all of my workbooks. I'm going to switch this here. I'm going to switch it over to a medium green just to mimic the Excel look. And now we've just learned about table styles. With a click of a button, I just drastically changed the look of my table. So there's a lot. There's a lot here with tables. You can give your data sets names. Remember, we did that from the properties command group. You can also insert filter tools. You can remove the duplicates. You can turn on the total row, and you can pick a color set for the table, a style. Before you do move on and move over to the conditional formatting sheet, where you can highlight certain values based off conditions or criterias, and even add icon sets, I want you to practice getting this well-defined list and converting it to a table, and practicing these 5 things that we just discussed. Don't forget to come back. There's a lot more in store for you. All right, I'm inside of the conditional formatting worksheet. It's the second worksheet of the workbook that I provide for the course. If you don't have it, be sure to download it. But I'm actually looking at a list. It's a well-defined list again. And it's simply actually tracking, looks like some houses. What town it comes from, the listing price, the square footage, the bedrooms, and the bathrooms. Now, to narrow down my house hunt, Excel actually offers me a set of tools to highlight certain cells based off conditions and criteria. I can also add icon sets. This tool is one of those tools that help us style up spreadsheets. It's known as conditional formatting. Let's go down the list and add some conditional formats to this data set. Starting out with the listing prices. I actually want my listing prices to be between 100K and 150K. That's what I'm looking for. So if I actually select the column, I can select the column by hitting Control Spacebar at the same time. Control Spacebar selects the whole column. You can also click on the letter I can actually go over to my conditional formatting tool, and under highlight cell rules, I have an option to highlight cell values between a range. I can do greater than, less than, equal to, but I'm going to do between for this one. And I'm just going to put 100,000. And I said 150 there, so I wrote it down so I don't forget. And I'm also going to go ahead and change that to a green fill with a dark green text there. And I'll hit OK. You can also do it for text. I'm going to hit Control Spacebar in this column here. And maybe I always want to narrow down my search, and I want to highlight all the towns that are Jamesville, all the houses that are located in the town. So if I go over to conditional formatting and under highlight cell rules, I have an option to choose equal to or text that contains. I'm going to do an equal to there, and I'm going to type in Jamesville. As you can see, it instantly picks up all the Jamesville items there. And if I go ahead and change that to a green fill, and I'll hit OK. I can also add color scales. So if it's green, the square footage is going to be above 2,000. It's yellow. It's going to be between 1,000 and 199. And if it's red, I want it to be 1,000 or lower. So I can actually do the same thing, but I can select here. I'm going to select on the letter here. And I'll go to conditional formatter and I'll choose a color scale. There's green, yellow, red color scales, but it doesn't really let us pick the values we want to use unless we change the settings for it. So if I select this again, I can go to conditional formatting and I can manage the rule that I just created. And if I choose to edit the rule, a window will appear that allows me to choose my lowest value, the lowest value. No, let's change that to a number. If it's 1,000 or lower, it's going to turn to red. My midpoint, I want it to be a number. If it's 1,001, it's going to be yellow. If it hits 2,000 or up, it's going to be green. So the minimum number, 1,000. The midpoint, 1,001. That's going to start turning yellow. The maximum, 2,000. I can also change this to just 2 colors if I needed to. Let me hit OK here. It's going to drastically change the rubric that I have. Looks like a lot of green options. A lot of green options. A few went to yellow there. I don't think anything went to red. Nothing went to red there. Let's add in some red. I'm going to go to conditional formatting, manage the rules, edit the rules. And I'm just going to change it to where maybe if it's 1,700, it's going to be red. Because I saw a few 1,600s in there. Ooh, 1 second. And then this one's going to be 1,800. It'll be yellow. Cool. We got a few. Just wanted to see a bigger breakdown. I have 2 more. You can also add icon sets. Maybe I want a conditional format that chooses an icon for each bedroom. Like, wouldn't it be nice to have maybe these boxes here? However, though, these boxes won't perfectly align to the numbers. I have to edit the rule by going to manage rule with the column selected. And if I choose to edit the rule, I can actually choose to change the type. This is going to choose what I use to choose the box. I'm going to choose a number. So I could pick a number that determines what box is assigned. And if it's greater than or equal to 4, it's going to do 4 boxes. If it's greater than or equal to 3, it's going to do the 3 boxes. If not, it's going to do 2. if it's 1 bedroom, and if it's less than 0, it's going to do 0. Now when I hit OK, it's going to change the rubric to match those settings that I applied. I can also do it for bathrooms. I'm going to do conditional formatting, and look, if I choose an icon set with just 4, because I've changed the settings for my first one, it picked up the settings for my other one as well. I do admit, usually when I use conditional formatting, I highlight the top row. And from there, I go over to my Data tab. And the Data tab has something called a Sort and Filter command group, to where I can turn on the filter item. And I can actually filter based off these conditional formats. I can sort by it or filter. Here I filtered the listing prices. I'm going to filter the town. The square footage is already filtered. Maybe I only want the 4 bedrooms there. And maybe I want only 3 bathrooms. So I have quite a few filters applied here. And if I ever need to clear these filters, again, I can always go and clear the filters directly from there. All this does in reality is show and hide certain rows. Much rather use a slicer and a table to do that, but it works just as good. Before moving on, everybody, I do want you to spend some time, and I want you to practice filling out at least 3. You don't have to do every single column, but at least 3 conditional formats. And hopefully, I hope you choose the ones that need to be edited by actually going to the Home tab and then afterwards managing the rule. Don't forget to come back when you're done. We're going to start talking about some summary-based if functions in the next video. Another interesting function that we have available in our function library will solve quite a few problems for us. Like for example here, I'm looking at the pair company sales from February of 2021, and it's actually my job to figure out who met the monthly goal. Now I can sit here and one by one do it manually. That's a yes. That's a no. That's a yes. Oh, my bad. I meant no. And mistakes like that can happen. I can use a function to logically determine whether or not the value should be yes or the value should be no. I can also then give a bonus based off that value. If it's yes, they get a bonus. If it's no, they don't. In order to do this, I have to use a function inside of Excel's function library known as the if function. In fact, it's very simple to fill out. It's just ask for a logical test, an optional argument called value if true, and another optional argument called value if false. A logical test is simply a comparison of something that can be determined as true or false. And if it so happens to be true, the value if true argument will be output. And if it ends up being false, you'll see whatever you've put inside the value if false argument to be the output of the cell. So let me fill this out here. If I put an equal sign and I type in the letter I can use my function library. I'll just hit tab to fill out the rest of it. Now my logical test here is a comparison of this cell, if it's greater than or equal to the monthly goal that I have. When I hit comma, it allows me to add in the value if true, which for the value if true, I'm just going to put the word yes. In its quotes, Excel has to have words in quotes. They're known as strings. And if not, I want to put in its other set of quotes, my value of false is going to be no. Now, if I close this parenthesis and hit enter, it's going to figure out that they met the monthly goal. Now, let me use my autofill handle. Now I'm going to drag it down a few. Why is it saying yes for 31,000 and no for 33? So it worked here. It didn't work here and it worked here. That's because when you actually use your autofill handle, I'm sure some of you already know, it changes the cell address in whatever direction you're moving it. So if you're moving down, the cell address will turn into 6 and 3. If you're moving up, it will turn into 1 and 4. Left and right, you're going to see the F turn into G and the I turn into J. Now, in order to lock the monthly goal value, you can simply put your cursor inside of it and hit the F4 key on your keyboard. This will lock in both the column and the row. If you were to click it again, it's just going to lock in the row. And if you click it again, it's just going to lock in the column. And one more time, it's going to turn it off. Now, when you hit F4, the top row, F4, it adds something known as absolute referencing to a cell address. So that this time, if I actually use my autofill, each cell will constantly refer back to I2 because I've actually locked it in. Notice how F7, F8, F9, and F10 are all being iterated, but I2 is all staying the same. I'm going to do one more if before I have you practice this. I'm going to put an equal sign, type in I. I just want to determine if the answer is yes, they get a 5% bonus. So if this cell is equal to yes, Excel doesn't check for case sensitivity. The lowercase y and the uppercase y are the same things. If it's yes, I want to actually give them 5% of their sales. Notice how because it's a calculation, I don't have it around quotes. I don't have quotes around that argument. But if it ends up not passing, it's just going to say no bonus. And if I close out my parenthesis and I hit not enter but control enter, it will leave the value, it will leave the cell address on the same value to where I can double click my cell, my autofill handle. And from there, everywhere I see a no, I'll see a no bonus as well. And everywhere I see a yes, I'll see a 5% bonus of the total sales. Pretty cool stuff, pretty interesting stuff. This is an introduction to the if function. I want to use something known as summary-based if functions. Go ahead and pause the video and practice the if function. And up next, I want to talk about some database functions that I can use, known as SUMIF and AVERAGEIF. I'm inside the workbook on a sheet called Database Functions, where I'm looking at the pair company's Q1 expenses across all the different divisions we have. And I want to figure out how much I'm actually spending on software across all my divisions. I would like to figure out the average price I'm spending on rent. And how much particularly am I spending on software in the East Division? I'm getting a lot of tickets where they have to purchase new software from the East Division. And I just want to see how much we're spending there. So in order to do this, I actually have a function. Let's start out with the software that will allow me to sum up the total expenses if it's a certain category. This is known as SUMIF. It adds cells by a specified condition or criteria. It's actually fairly simple to fill out. There's only 3 arguments. The first one being a range. A list of all possible options it can be, which is the category column. Now inside the category column, I have a criteria that I'm looking for. That's my second option when I hit comma. My second argument is software. And I want it to actually sum up the total expenses for me. So I'm going to highlight the total expense column. And that's it, honestly. There's just 3 arguments: the range, criteria, and the sum range. I can also go and hit Control Shift and the number 4 to add the currency format. Then I can hit Alt H and 9, Alt H and 9 to hide the decimal places. I can do the same function, very similar syntax, to find the average. Now from here, it's the same thing. I have to look for a range, the list of all possible options as categories. Control Shift down is the shortcut I use to highlight. And from there, I'm looking for I-20. That's the cell that holds rent. And then I want to average up the total expense column. That's it, just those three. And this time it finds the average, which I can hit Control Shift 4. And this time I can just hide the decimal places by going to the Home tab and hiding the decimal places. Now the final one is more complicated in the sense that there's two criterias. When you have two criterias, there's a function known as SUMIFs. The syntax is a little different in a sense that the arguments are flip-flopped. It's now asking for the total expense column, the sum range first. The thing we want summed up first. After that, it's where we actually list the first range. So I'm going to do my division as my first range. And then after, when I hit comma, is when I select the east. And then I can do the whole thing over again with another range and criteria. So I can look for my category for my next range. And if I hit comma, I can put J8. And that's the cell that holds software. Close out that parenthesis, hit enter. I can see that I spent about $6,000 on software in the East Division. Let's see how that compares to the North Division. Oh wow, it's almost double. Well, about $2,000 more actually. West. Okay, it seems like they did spend quite a bit more than the other divisions on software. About $2,000 more. Should look into that. So I do want you to practice this. The SUMIFs, SUMIF, and average if before moving on. And up next, we're going to cover the unique sort and filter function that got released with Office 2021. Go ahead and practice these. Pause the video if you need to on either of these formulas. Or better yet, I'll just show all the formulas and just have you quick pause the video so you can practice. So in this next section, I want to cover some new functions that we have available. 3 in particular: the unique, sort, and filter. On the unique sheet, I'm actually looking at a list of customers that had a service done to their automobile. And I actually want to figure out who's the one-time customers from this list using the unique function. I can actually put the unique function, and it allows me to select a column. And that third argument, I can skip the second one, but the third argument allows me to choose if I want to see all the items that occurred only once by putting true. These 3 people only occurred once in the list. Or I can go and change this to false. Then these people here are the distinct items in the list. So there might be multiple occurrences of them, but these are the distinct items in that list. Pretty cool. Before you try this out, I want to show you the sort function as well, because I can actually get this entire data set and sort it based off the units sold in a descending fashion using a single function known as sort. It allows me to select an entire data set, and then from here it asks for something called a sort index. It's asking for what column you want to be sorted by, and I'm going to choose number 4. As soon as I add the number 4, it's going to add in a sort order to where I can choose -1 for descending. If I close my parenthesis just like that, it will spill out the results with the 4th column sorted. one more function, the filter function that I want to show, that allows me to filter a data set. I want to filter this data set to see all the product pair. So there's two occurrences of them. Just like before, I can highlight the entire columns, entire data set, and I can choose to include, I'm going to select this column, everything from here that's equal to pair. And if I hit enter, it'll show me the two items, and if anything changes from this list, so will my function. It'll add it. So what we've just done is we've gone over three functions, new ones. The first one's unique. The second one's sort. And the third one's our filter function there. So go ahead and give this a try before moving on to our next segment where we talk about charts and Sparklines, the charting tools. And come right back. I'm currently on a sheet called Charts, and it's actually tracking the sales figures for January of 2021 for a set of salespeople. And a good way to show data is to show data visually. A tool that we have to select data, a keyboard shortcut that is Control and the letter A. And as long as your cell address box is inside of this data, it will grab the entire data set. Now from here, I want to point out that if you're on a PC, you have a tool called Quick Analysis that pops up in the corner of a data set. From here, you can insert charts. In fact, you can see a preview of some recommended charts that Excel is wanting to offer you. If you're not satisfied with these, don't worry. You can also click on More, and it'll show you a list of recommended charts. Or you can browse through all the charts Excel has to offer and pick a chart that you would like. Now, this quick analysis tool is there in 2016 and up. But if you don't have it, or if you're on a Mac, you can always go to your Insert tab and perform the same exact actions by using the Chart command group. Now, when I click on this Recommended Charts tool here, it's going to pop up the same window that we saw from Quick Analysis, where it's showing me a list of charts that it's recommending based off the data set that I had selected. If I go to all charts here, I can ignore those recommendations and pick my own type of chart, like maybe a bar chart. And I can browse through the styles of bar charts if I like. I'm going to build a clustered bar, the very first one here. And when I do that, a chart appears when I hit OK. Now this chart actually gives you several things. It gives you a chart design tab, and it gives you a chart format tab as long as you have it selected. You also get these options on the side of it as long as you have it selected. So quite a few things. If you deselect it, they go away. And a lot of the tools that are found inside of this tab can now be found in these two buttons. The chart styles and the add chart elements are both located here for you now. So if you want to remove the chart title, you can do it from here. Or if you want to do it from here, you can do that as well. Doesn't matter. I typically do things directly from the chart. I can also remove the grid lines. I can get the legend and maybe move it to the top. I can get this axis here and just simply click on it and hit delete. Look how easy it is to format Excel charts. And I can also pick a new color scheme by going to color. If I need to filter off an item, like maybe week 1 was a holiday week, I can apply it and it takes it off the chart without us having to remove the data set itself. Do keep in mind though, if you end up pulling up a chart and it's not showing the data in the way you want to represent it, you can always switch the rows in the columns directly from the chart design tab. Now the legend's showing me the salespeople, and the data series are the actual bars themselves. I'm going to switch it back with switch row and column. Now, if you do format a chart and you enjoy the way you formatted it and you plan to continue using this consistent look, I highly recommend to right-click the chart. One option that you have is to save it as a template. You can actually save all the formatting that you've done to the chart, so that in the future, if you ever need to insert a new chart, you can highlight the data set, and inside the Insert tab, when you choose a chart, under All Charts, you'll see your templates. And you can simply select the template and it will apply all those changes you've made to it from the get-go. Notice how the chart came out looking exactly like this one here. And this template gets saved across all workbooks, so I can use it in different workbooks as well. Typically what I do with charts, especially if I'm going to print them, is I usually hover up to the Chart Design tab and I move the chart onto its own sheet. Let me click Move Chart here. And I'm going to pick a new sheet. It's going to be Chart 1. Now hit OK. And when I do that, the chart moves onto its own separate sheet there. Great for printing. Great for printing. All right. Before I have you try out playing around with charts, there is one more thing I want to discuss. That's the use of Sparklines, which are also charts. And if you want, you can actually fit a chart into a single cell. Like I'm looking at the sales data for each salesperson. I can highlight this first row, and inside of my Insert tab, I actually have next to the Charts tool another style called Sparklines, where I can choose to insert a line, and I'm going to have the location show up exactly next to the data set and hit OK. Now this line doesn't show too much yet, but I can add in a marker color. I can show the highest point as a green marker, the lowest point as a red marker. I can also do that from Quick Analysis. I can highlight it, and this little icon, Quick Analysis, allows me to insert Sparklines. Another style of Sparkline that we have is Column. Now when I go to the Sparkline here, I actually can change the marker color, and I can change the color of each little bar there. I'm going to put the high point as green and the low point as red there. Now the final type of Sparkline that we have, I'm going to highlight this. So I'm going to go back to my Insert tab for this one, is a win-loss. The win-loss is great if you actually have negative values within a data set. So from here, I can actually select the Sparkline and I can show my negative values using an orange color. I want to show my lowest value with red. I also want to show my highest value with green. So these Sparklines are all showing different styles. And if I want, I can actually use my autofill handle to copy the Sparkline down across the cells if I want to just copy one Sparkline. These actually act as background images for the cell, so you can still type in the cell if you needed to. Although I don't encourage it, it's kind of hard to read. So we've spent some time talking about charts, saving them as templates once you format them, and adding in Sparklines to show trends across data sets. I encourage you, before we actually learn about a pivot table and how we can summarize data, to spend some time playing around with charts, seeing if you can move it to a separate sheet, save it as a template, and create the 3 styles of Sparklines that I discussed. And then come back where we'll cover some pivot tables. So one of the final topics that I want to talk about is how to use Excel's pivot tables. Now I'm actually on the very last worksheet inside of the workbook that I provided, the data sheet. And it's tracking some order details for the month of December. And it's 26 different columns that I've put in a table. There's about, I believe, 68 to 69 different rows for the whole month of sales. Now, if you needed to figure out who's your top seller, who's your bottom seller, this data set does actually track the salespeople. And it tracks their revenue. Now, instead of doing this by hand, like I just did, I filtered and I tracked the revenue, I can actually summarize this entire data set using something known as a pivot table. When I was talking about creating tables, we were learning about the tools command group. And I learned about slicers when I used the tables. We touched on the remove duplicates, but I skipped over summarize with pivot table. This here is going to allow us to get this data and use it to build a report. I'm going to summarize this table with the pivot table here by giving it a click. And as long as I have my cell address box inside of the data, I can go ahead and pick up the entire table and range. And I'm going to build my report on a new worksheet. When I hit OK, the report will show up, but it'll be blank. So what I like to do when I have this empty report in front of me, I'm sure some of us have never done this before, and that's okay. There's something I want you to know. When you have your cell address box inside of this area, Excel gives you access to three things. It gives you an Analyze tab, it gives you a Design tab, and it also gives you this field list. If you move this green box outside of the report area, it will think that you don't want these three things anymore. All you got to do to get them back is go back into the report area. There is an off chance that someone may have accidentally closed this field list for you when they've emailed the report to you. If that does happen, just know that going back and forth won't return the field list. You're actually going to have to go to your Pivot Table Analyze tab. And from there, there's a command group known as Show, where you can turn on the field list again. Now, when building the report, we actually use this area here. This area that has all of our columns. They're now known as fields. And we have 4 boxes to control and create our report. Depending on what field we throw into what box, it builds a different area of the report. Now, before building my report, I want to track who sold the most and who sold the least based off revenue. I'm going to customize this area a bit. Inside of this toolbox, I have the ability to alphabetize the fields from the report. So that way I can see the address on top and my zip and postal codes on the bottom in alphabetical order. In addition to that, I don't like how I have a scroll bar that I have to browse through. So instead, I'm going to change this to have the area side by side. That way I can see all of my fields and I still have access to the 4 boxes that I need. And I can adjust this area as needed. So, in order to actually see a list of salespeople going down the report, I have 2 options I can use. I can use a rows or a columns box. If I end up throwing salesperson in columns, it builds me a column for each salesperson in that list or that table. And there's 8 salespeople, so it ends up building me 8 different columns. Instead of doing that, I can build a much more compact report by throwing salesperson into rows. Notice how it showed me all 8 items going down the rows. Now, a really cool thing that I have available for me Inside the pivot table analyze tabs, I can insert a slicer now for the salespeople in my data set. This will allow me to filter my report instead of using this drop-down arrow. Much more user-friendly. Besides just listing the salespeople, right? I could have just used the unique function to do that. I also want to track the revenue each salesperson brought in. So I have another field known as revenue. Now, if I actually get this revenue and I have another box called values, it will sum up the values based off the salespeople that I have. So if I throw this revenue in there, it's going to sum up the values of the revenues for each salesperson. Now, what I like to do with these values is I like to change the settings for them by clicking on them. And under value field settings, I can actually change the title. I'm just going to call it revenue. And I can also change the number format. I'm going to change it to currency, and I'm going to remove the decimal places. So when I hit OK, you'll see the reflective change. Oop, 1 second. Revenue of sales. There we go. Now, if I want, I can also right-click into the report and decide to sort it from largest to smallest based off the revenue. And as long as I'm inside the revenue column, when I do that, the sort option will sort based off largest to smallest there. Now, in addition to adding in a pivot table to build the report, I also want to show a visual. Inside the Analyze tab, I actually have a Tools command group that allows me to insert a pivot chart. This pivot chart will be a visual representation of my pivot table. I'll build a bar and hit OK. And if I need to, I can actually right-click this and I can change the chart type to the template that I built earlier. That was a much more cleaner and minimalistic look. But this time I don't need the legend, so I'm just going to turn it off. Cool. Now all three of these things are connected. If I filter the slicer, it's going to filter the chart and my report. If I clear the filter, it's going to clear both items. So this pivot table has a report, a filter, and a visual representation of it. If I end up adding a new value to the data, like let's say I have a new sale, at the very bottom, I'm just going to add in a new sale, and I'm going to put my name in there, Faz Kareem. I'm going to put East. I'm going to add in some revenue. Here, I'll put 18,000. This new sale won't show up in the report until someone decides to right-click and refresh the report. At that point in time, everything will update itself, including my slicer. There's Faz Kareem, and including my visual chart. So I'm going to go ahead and rename this sheet Top Seller Report. And now that I've built a pivot table, a very basic one, a very common tactic people do is something called drill down. If you want to figure out what sales Nancy produced to make the 17,000, you can double click the value in the report. This is going to be Nancy's drill down. And it's just showing me the sales. And it looks like she did a lot of them in the beginning of the month, the first week of the month of December there. And it looks like, if I can check, let me see what she sold. Looks like she sold a lot of beverages. Looks like she sold a lot of beverages there. keeping people caffeinated. So before moving on, I recommend you to pause the video and try building this report. Once you build it, add a slicer to it and go to the pivot table analyze and add in a pivot chart. See if you can change it to the template that we built earlier. Don't forget to come back though. We're going to wrap up the course, talk about what we've learned in Excel Intro to Data Analysis. Congratulations. Go ahead and give yourself a pat on the back. You have successfully completed Excel Intro to Data Analysis. My name is Faz Kareem, and this was provided through Learnit. In this session, we actually learned quite a bit. We have 4 different modules, starting out with learning about tables, how you can build a table using a well-defined list, and all the benefits. We learned about database functions, as well as our new sort, filter, and unique functions. A little bit about charts and how to save them as templates and how to use Sparklines. At the very end, we wrapped it all together, learning about report building pivot table reports, and adding pivot charts and slicers to them. You've now completed the Excel Intro to Data Analysis. I do encourage you to check out our other videos. You're in prime shape to learn about Excel pivot tables, course pivot tables, or Excel Power User, or Excel Intermediate or Excel Advanced. Great courses that have a set of topics that will very well complement the topics you just touched upon today. Take care, everybody. Till next time. Hello, my name is Faz Kareem, and I'm with Learnit. And today I have a very interesting video. If you've clicked on this, you probably know what you're in store for. We're here to learn about the new Excel XLOOKUP function, which all Office 365 subscribers have. If you have Office 2019, you have it. And if you also picked up the newest release of Office, which is called Office 2021, which was released on October 5th, you will also see that XLOOKUP is available there. It's a new function in our function library. A wide range of functions were released in this iteration. The unique function, the sort by function, the sort function, the filter function, the let function, a lot of really cool new functions that we have access to. But one of the most commonly used database functions that we have is our VLOOKUP, which we now have a newer version of, XLOOKUP. Don't worry, for my VLOOKUP fans, it's not going anywhere. You just may want to hear a little bit about this new function in town. Now in this next hour or so, I want to cover quite a few details with XLOOKUP. I'm going to do a comparison of XLOOKUP compared to the VLOOKUP we all know. It's okay if you don't, we're going to see it today. And I also want to compare it to another function known as index and match. Once we get the hang of learning the syntax, that's what we call it, of the XLOOKUP function, I do want to dive in and show you different examples of using XLOOKUP. Maybe you have an approximate match where you don't really know exactly what you're looking for, but you have something close to it. There's a certain setting or a parameter or argument that you can change to set that up. We'll show you an example of that. Or maybe you're looking for multiple values within a data set, not just a single value. How can the XLOOKUP return multiple values with one function, which will eventually just spill into other surrounding cells? Last but not least, I do want to cover an example of doing a two-way search with an XLOOKUP, where for the return array, the argument called return array, we can just run another function. That function will be XLOOKUP. Don't worry, it'll all make sense if none of that made sense yet. Now with that being said, I'm getting pretty excited here. Hopefully you are too. Let's get saddled up and ready to dive into Excel 2021 XLOOKUP. So, I went ahead and I've opened up the Excel workbook that comes included with the course. Be sure to download that. If you haven't, pause the video and go get it downloaded. Because there will be parts in these videos that I would like you to pause and practice, especially with these cool new functions that we're going to talk about. Now, before we dive into the XLOOKUP and learning about the syntax, let's talk about something, a good old friend of ours, the VLOOKUP function. Now, the VLOOKUP, the V stands for vertical. essentially allows us to use a vertical column of information to return another column of information, or a value from another column, I should say, using that vertical column. So the V stands for vertical. Now, in order to actually successfully fill out a VLOOKUP, there are 4 arguments that you have to know how to fill out. And if you don't know what an argument is, it's the thing inside the parenthesis. The 4 arguments for my VLOOKUP. Now, for the VLOOKUP, there's actually a lot of guidelines that we have to follow for each argument. Let me run through them very quickly. Now, I want to look through this movie list and return the ratings for certain movies that I want to look up. Now, in the VLOOKUP, when you fill out your first argument, the lookup value, this lookup value must be located in the very first column of the table array of the data set that you would like to search through. So I've already met that requirement. I have a movie title in the first column. But if it wasn't, I'd have to move around my data or use whatever first column comes available. After that, it's actually asking for a third thing, a third argument called the column index number. Now, the column index number is a position within the actual table array. And it's the position of the column that holds the value that you would want to see returned. So if you wanted to actually see the rating return, that's the second column in the data set. The runtime would have been the third, years the fourth, genres the fifth, the release date's the sixth, and the director would be the seventh, but it's kind of covered by that text box. So this led to issues for many years where people would have to either lock the worksheet or tell people to not insert additional columns. Because if you added in a new column, you automatically will break or switch the column index numbers and shift them over one. Now, that wasn't the only issue people had with this VLOOKUP function. There was also an issue with the fact that the last argument was optional. The range lookup, you didn't need to fill it out. But if you didn't fill it out, it was set to search through the list and return an approximate match. If it doesn't find exactly what you're looking for, it'll return the closest thing to it, which usually isn't something we're looking for. I don't want the movie rating for another movie that's similar in name title or right below it in the list. I would actually have to put in the word false to look for an exact match, or the number 0. Otherwise, it would default to that true. Now, the XLOOKUP has fixed a lot of these rules here, a lot of these guidelines that we have to follow. Let me fill out a VLOOKUP first using these guidelines, where my lookup value has to be in the first column. I'm going to use the title of the movie. I'm going to hit comma now. My table array, this chunk of data, a list or table that has 2 or more columns, I'm going to highlight this. Now, there's easy ways to highlight things, and there's hard ways to highlight things, or long ways to highlight things. I want you to learn about this shortcut here to highlight into a certain direction. So you can highlight all 7 columns very quickly. And then once you reach the end here of the 7 columns, you can always use another shortcut. The same shortcut, but this time you'll use a down arrow to go all the way down, getting all the movie titles and all the data from the columns itself. Cool, let me use these 2 shortcuts here. And now that I have all 93 rows and 7 columns, I've successfully grabbed my table array. I have to tell Excel what column I want returned. So if it's the movie rating, I'd have to choose 2. And I hit comma here. And remember, true is approximate match. which is the default if I leave it blank, so I will have to put in false. If I put this and hit enter, I'll see that it returned the rating. The cell is formatted as currency. Let me fix that there. Put it to general. But as you can see, I've returned the rating number for the second column position that matches the row value for Venom. So that's a VLOOKUP, something we've had for quite a while. It has 4 arguments. The last one is optional, but the setting for it, the default setting for it, many don't like. But we've gotten used to these rules and guidelines. We remember to lock the worksheets and not let people insert columns when sharing. But then Office released an update where we have a newer function known as XLOOKUP that does the same thing with a lot less rules and guidelines. Now it looks like there's a lot of arguments to fill out with the XLOOKUP. We'll talk about it next. But there's actually only 3 required ones. So I do want you to spend a moment here, and I want you to spend some time practicing the VLOOKUP, just to have that in your tool belt. So this is not going anywhere. But coming up next, I want to compare this to the new version, the XLOOKUP, which has a different syntax compared to VLOOKUP that I prefer much more, and many do, just because it's much simpler to fill out. So go ahead and practice this VLOOKUP function here. You should pause the video at this point in time so you can see the formula on the screen. But don't forget to come back where we can compare this to the XLOOKUP function that we want to learn about. Now that we've seen a little bit of the VLOOKUP, let's spend some time covering the XLOOKUP, which looks at first like it has a lot more to fill out. But I want to remind you that the last 3, remember they're in brackets, they're optional arguments that don't need to be filled out in order to complete the function. Now the XLOOKUP is a very simple function to fill out in a sense that it only asks for 3 things that are required. It asks for a lookup value, a value that I want to use to search through the list of movies. This value doesn't need to be located in any certain position. It can be in the first column, it can be in the last column. Hopefully it is a column that holds unique values though, so it can return the correct item that you're looking for. In our case, I want to use the movie title. I just picked the first one from the list. After, it actually asks you, where can I actually find this value? And then that's when we do our little magic and we highlight the lookup array, which is the column it can find the location of the lookup value in. And of course, I'm a big fan of shortcuts to highlight things. So I'll just select the first cell and use Control-Shift down to grab that lookup array there. Now my return array, that's the return array. It's the column that I want returned that holds the value that I'm looking for. So I want the ratings returned. So I'm going to highlight that. Control-Shift down. Now remember, the Control-Shift down shortcut will stop when it meets a blank. I click it again, it stops when it meets a blank. So, with that being said, you might want to grab this column by hand and drag it all the way down, since our shortcut meets these blanks, and it might not include the whole list. Be careful about that when you're dealing with data sets that you export and import into Excel. Happens quite commonly. Now, if it's not found in the list, I just want it to say not found. We have even error handling. That's optional. You don't have to include that. Now we have the option of doing an exact match search. That's the default mode. But if we put -1, it searches for an exact match and it'll return the next smallest item if it doesn't find it. Or I can do an exact match and return the next largest item. Of course, if I put the number 2, I can start using wildcards. Very interesting practice there where we use a certain symbol like a star, a question mark, a tilde to search for a certain amount of characters or a single character from a string that we're looking through. Here, I'll do an exact match here for 0, although I didn't need that. And the last argument, it's a search mode argument that's optional, but it determines how the function will search through the list from the top or the bottom. It will do a binary search, has to be sorted in ascending order, descending order. Here, I'll just go ahead and set that from first to last to look through it from the first item there. And when I hit enter, it ends up finding and returning the row value that matches the lookup values row. So these are both found in position number 1 of the list, and it returned it there. Pretty cool, pretty cool. I mean, I do want to remind you that these last 3 did not need to be filled out. I can very well just do these 3 here and hit enter, and the XLOOKUP will work just as good as my VLOOKUP. And it fixes the situation where if I insert a column, my VLOOKUP breaks because now it's not looking in the correct column. My XLOOKUP is looking directly in the return array column that we specified, no matter what. Go ahead and practice this. When we do come back, I want to talk about one more function called the index and match. That does the same thing as these two, but this is 2 functions that we use to deliver the same result. And before XLOOKUP, a lot of people would use index and match to alleviate themselves from all these guidelines and rules that the VLOOKUP had for its users. Go ahead and practice XLOOKUP. Come back where we're going to talk about index and match. Now there's one more function that does a very similar task. Well, there's 2 that we conjoin together. We nest them together. The index and the new xmax function that we're going to talk about. Now essentially, we're going to fill out some arguments, the first one being from the index function, an array. This array is going to hold the values that we want returned. So it's a column that holds the values that we want returned. We want ratings to be returned. All this index function does is it makes this list searchable by, we'll just pretend, by it adding a number next to each one of these cells. Michael, cut that hiccup out. Hopefully that doesn't continue, but I had a hiccup. Now, once it adds these numbers here, that's when we actually use the xmax function to find a lookup value and a lookup array. These last 2 arguments of how it searches through the list and the match mode are optional. So let's fill out an index and match here. I'm going to index the values that I'm looking for, the values that I want returned, the ratings. And when I get that, now when I hit comma, I'm going to nest in my xmatch, which looks for a lookup value. I'm going to use the movie title Venom, Let There Be Carnage. And then it asks for a lookup array, a column that I can search through to find the lookup value. So essentially what we've done here, I can close it here and close both parentheses, remember, to complete the formula. But essentially what we've done is we're looking through the ratings and we're assigning an index number to it, each one. Then we're telling xmatch to go down this list, and we want it to find the movie title. And it so happens to find it on the first row of this list. So this returns the number 1. which my index is going to return the first position of the column, which is B8, which is number 1. Put that all together, when I hit enter here, I'll get 6.1 for the third time using my index and match function this time. My index and match. Here, let me give you a better zoom into the formula there. Go ahead and pause the video. Practice filling out the index and match. If you haven't yet, pause the video and fill out the XLOOKUP. And if you haven't, make sure to fill out that VLOOKUP there and pause the video here if you need to. When we come back, I do want to talk about a few other examples of the XLOOKUP, using different variations, maybe an approximate match search, how to have it return or spill multiple values, and how to do a two-way search there. Now, just like with our VLOOKUP function, there are going to be certain situations with the XLOOKUP as well where you want to look for an approximate match, where the exact value you are looking for does not reside in this list. Like, for example, we have a list tracking the quantities being sold and the amount of discount a person will get depending on the quantity they purchased. So if they purchase 50 or more, they get 15%. But if it hits 100, we'll give them a 20% discount on the items. Now this user here, they received 57. So if I do a XLOOKUP, where I use the lookup value, 57, and I use the lookup array here, the quantities, and I want to return the discounts, I'll put error checking for not found. I have exact match here. Or the next smaller item, or the next larger item. Here, let me put the next smaller item, -1, and I'll close out the parenthesis there. And it gives me 50, 7, 50. That'll give me 15%. If I change that number to the number 1, the next largest item will be returned. It rounds up, essentially. It'll give me the 20%, which is not correct. I'm going to do a -1 there. Good stuff. Now keep in mind, if I did not put this value in, it would return the not found error checking that I have put in for it. So if I were to do this with a VLOOKUP, just so you know, it's very similar in process, where you highlight, this time you have to highlight the entire table array and specify that you want the second column. And in this case, you can just leave it blank because it defaults to approximate match. 15%. Let me change this back to exact match smaller item, so that way it does the same thing. Cool. So go ahead and practice doing an approximate match search. Remember, -1 returns the smallest value. A +1 returns the next largest value using XLOOKUP. And if you need a refresher for VLOOKUP, go ahead and practice this one too. Coming up next, I want to talk about using XLOOKUP to return multiple values, to return the first name, last name, and department with one function. Very interesting here. Now, something really cool about the XLOOKUP is that it can return multiple values with a single function. Let me explain. I want to look through this list and I want to return the ID number, or I want to return the first name that matches the ID number 249, and the last name and the department. I want to do all three of these. Now with our VLOOKUP and our index and match methods, you're going to have to do this one by one. You're going to have to do 3 different functions where the column index number is going to change. For the first name, it's 2, and you're going to do an exact match. And then when you do the last name, you're going to do another whole VLOOKUP just to do it, but you're just going to change one value from within. And that's 3 for the column index number. And of course, just to be safe, we're going to do an exact match. And of course, if we have to do a VLOOKUP, we're going to have to do the third one and change the column index number to 4 so that it returns the correct department. And it looks like it did a job well done. It did that, but I have to do it separately. Here, I'm going to do an XLOOKUP, and I'm just going to do it on the bottom here. I'll write XLOOKUP here. And for this XLOOKUP, I'm going to use the same lookup value. And I'm going to highlight just a single column it can find the lookup value. But for the return array, that's one or more columns. I can highlight all 3 columns. And if I close my parenthesis here and hit enter, it will actually spill these results into the corresponding cells. Now, this is known as an array function here. Notice how it won't let me delete these cells. They're grayed out. It's like you have to delete this one in order to delete the spill of this cell. Keeps coming back to this here. If I delete this, it goes away though. So just keep that in mind. Hopefully you're having fun. I do want you to practice this though. The XLOOKUP way and the VLOOKUP way, it doesn't hurt. But go ahead and pause the video on this screen if you need to. Before I move on to the last example that I have, a XLOOKUP two-way search there. So a cool example of XLOOKUP that I saved for the very end is how to do a two-way search. where I want to look for a certain material from one list, and I also want to look for a certain group from another list, and I want to return the value that matches that row. An XLOOKUP can do that easily with nesting. Let's start out with the wood here, and I want to find wood from this, not that list, this list. Now, I don't want to fill out this yet, the return array. I don't know what I want to return. I have to look through group B. So I'm going to run another XLOOKUP that looks through group B using the rows. Also does a horizontal search. And it's going to return a value, an array from this list here. So essentially, I'm going to close out both of these. This XLOOKUP returns column B. This XLOOKUP will return the wood value for column B, giving us that single value there. I always like showing the evaluate formula tool with examples that are a little bit more complicated with nesting inside the formulas tab, just to show you how Excel solves it. Because it looks like it's going to solve the XLOOKUP in the front first, but it originally is going to start with this one here. It's just going to show you the values within the lookups. Evaluate, it's going to look for wood here. Okay, but in order to do that, in order to return wood, it has to look for the return array. So the return array part's going to trigger itself first. Now this XLOOKUP is going to look for B from this list, and it's going to return these values. And look what it did. C5 to C9. It returned C5 to C9. Now it's going to look for wood in this list, and it's going to return the corresponding value that matches from this list. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool, I know. Practice this one here. This is nesting. We use the evaluate formulas tool to figure out how the equation solved itself. And when you're done, give yourself a pat on the back for nailing this new Excel function known as XLOOKUP. Now hopefully you have it in your tool belt with a few other examples that we just ran through using this new function. Go ahead and practice and come back. Congratulations on completing Excel 2021 XLOOKUP. Now in this past 30 minutes or so, we did cover the basics of XLOOKUP, comparing it to VLOOKUP, and going through index and match. So we learned 3 functions there. The newest one was XLOOKUP. From there, we ran through various examples of using XLOOKUP one being set to approximate match, the -1 and 1. One using multiple values by understanding that the return array can have more than one column. And last but not least, we did an XLOOKUP with a two-way search where we can look vertically and horizontally and nest the functions together. I hope you did enjoy this video. Thank you all so much.